Good morning. I should know better. I need a mic. Now you can hear me, right? Okay. So, can we wait? We have not blessed the food yet. We're getting ready to do that now. I would ask that Reverend Carmen come so we can bless our food and bless our event, that we have a wonderful day today together. Can we have everybody's attention, please? We have a long day ahead of us, an exciting day. So can we have everybody's attention as minister from our church, Bethel AME, Reverend Carmen Holt, comes to bless the food and bless the event.
Amen. Let us unite our hearts in prayer. Amen. God, we thank you for the opportunity of being here at this moment and this time. God, we thank you for every hearth and home represented. We thank you for every town and community and borough and city that is represented. God, we thank you for the venue and the workers that are taking care of us. God, we ask that you would bless the foods as their hands have prepared it, and bless us as we receive it. And today, God, we are ever so grateful to you and to the Sewells today, who make sure that we come together at such a time as this to do the work of representing your people at what may be a very poignant or a very perilous time for us. God, we thank you for those who have come from their different places and spaces to speak on behalf of those who have no collective voice. God, we thank you for each of them for heeding their call to serve. We thank you that they thought it not robbery to come together with others who are of like minds in bringing about change and making the days ahead better than those that are behind us. And to do just that, we've come this morning, oh God, to put the thought of you at the forefront, inviting and invoking your presence, oh God, to be the foundation from which we build our conversations. It's from this framework, oh God, that we build and we strengthen our partnerships. It's through you that we develop our relationships. So we do not take it lightly as we come this morning on the responsibility to you and to your people. We are reminded this day that it is not I or me, but it is we, the people. Guide our hearts and our speech as we share with one another today and beyond this point. Continue us in our purpose, O God. Give us strength and give strength to all those who have gathered to do this work and to see it through. For all these things we ask and we praise you in advance for the work to be done. And all of God's people would have to say amen.
So as we go back to business, there is food, there's pastries back here, and there's coffee and juice on the other side. But before we go any further, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Roxanne Sewell, and welcome to the Tmag 17th Annual African American, this is long, African American, Latino, Asians, Pacific American Roundtable. We started this 17 years ago in Harrisburg, And now we brought it back home to Pittsburgh because this will be our last one. But over the 17 years, we've developed some strong and lasting friendships, connections that still exist, that are still available to you all. Some will be here today, some will not. But we will move forward. We will discuss important business on how we can help our communities in housing, healthcare, and a little bit of get out to vote. We have an important election coming up, and we have to remember that we are responsible for our futures. We're responsible for our destinies, and our vote is the way we make those choices. Before we go any further, and I will have a seat for a minute, let everybody get what they'd like to have. I'd like to have Luther Sewell, founder, stand and be recognized. He's the founder of the LJS Group. For 62 years, he has run his own business. He's never worked for anybody but himself. He's an amazing businessman and husband and friend. So as we go further, please enjoy the refreshments, and we will be back to start the program in a moment. Okay. Thank you all. May I ask, when we begin to have the people come up to give their reports, or the panelists, if you could please come around these tables on this side, this way, and on that side, this way, at the end of the platform, because we have cameras set up in the middle. Hello? Hello? So, before we go any further, we were getting ready to start the program, but one of the young ladies here has to leave because she's on a tight schedule. She is an elected official, and she's running right now. So we want to give her a moment to say hello. She may be talking to some of her constituents, and if not, they will be here later. We can let them know she was here. State Representative Miss Lindsey Graham. Powell. Yeah, as soon as I said Graham, I knew that was wrong. Lindsey Powell.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the warm introduction. As said, my name is State Representative Lindsey Powell, and I have the honor of representing the 21st District, which includes Lawrenceville, the Strip District, Shaler, Millvale, and Etna here in Western PA. I am the first person of color to hold this seat, and the youngest. So I am grateful, and so proud to be able to represent my neighbors in Harrisburg. I ran on a platform of ensuring that working families had everything they needed to thrive here in Pittsburgh, when it came from having access to clean air and water, making sure that we have affordable and dignified housing, making sure that the development that we're seeing in our communities is for us. I have been so honored to be able to do that work in Harrisburg, and I am running, humbly asking for a re-elect this year. As said, I've also been doing a lot of work with the federal campaign for Harris Walls as a DNC delegate, but also someone on the ground, making sure that our neighbors, our Black and brown folks, know what is on the ballot this year. More than anything, we have the opportunity to save democracy, because we know that a Trump presidency will take away fundamental rights and freedoms, not just for Black and brown communities, but for all of our neighbors. It is a terrifying time if you don't know how to engage your neighbors, but more than anything, to remind them what's at stake. We have the power as Black people to ensure that come November 5th, we are seeing a Harris Walls presidency, not just saving democracy, but for the first woman president. The first woman president. And so I know I don't need to remind this room of talented, tireless leaders that at every opportunity where we have to remind a neighbor to vote, to get them registered to vote, to make sure that they have a plan to vote, I know that you all are doing that work. So thank you so much for all that you do and that you pour into our communities. I'm grateful to be able to be in community with you all. Have a wonderful rest of your conference, and I apologize again for leaving early. We're hitting the campaign trail. We are making sure that no door goes unknocked. I got my comfy shoes on today, got my cozy outfit on today, because we are hitting a lot of doors. So thank you so much for your time and attention, and thank you for all that you do.
Wow. Let's give her another hand, please. Wish her good luck on the road. So we're going to get the program started. We run a fairly on-time program. So we're going to start out with our PA regional reports. The regional reports are something that we ask folks to do, to come in from around the state and tell us what's happening in their communities, what they're doing to get out the vote, what they're seeing on the ground, enthusiasm, no enthusiasm. Have they encouraged people? Have they turned anybody that wasn't going to vote into a voter, which is so critical right now? So we're going to get these started. I'm going to ask Tim Stevens to come and give us a shout out and do his regional report. We have some new folks here with us today that we want to encourage to come up and talk to us. And before I go any further, it does remind me, I just see this beaming young face of one of our speakers today. And he's new to us here in Pittsburgh. But again, as I said, this is the African American, Latino, and Asian Roundtable. And it's our pleasure that we host everybody. It was our desire when we went 17 years ago and started this, was to bring people of color together and know that we are all a part of each other. So we're going to ask Tim to get us started. Eddie's going to come up a little later, share some time with us. But I would like to say Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Let's give it a round of applause. That we want to celebrate our Latino, Hispanic, Puerto Rican, Venezuelan, all of our brown brothers and sisters that come from many countries around the world that actually started. Well, I'm going to let our noon speaker tell you that story. But Mr. Tim Stevens. Did I say he's the CEO? If you all probably know him. If you don't, I'm not sure where you've been. But he is the CEO of the Black Political Empowerment Project, started here in Pittsburgh.
Stay seated. Did you say this is your last one? Roxanne, the rock behind the rock. She needs a standing ovation too for her partnership with Luther and this community. Come on. Very special people. I have told them on a personal note that I've observed them for many years. We're in the same church together, Bethel and used to be Trinity. We're all combined, but I've admired their partnership, not only in the work they do, but as human beings and as folks who happen to be African Americans. And if we had more marriages of that nature, our community would be much more further ahead. And I mean that. So, we have an opportunity in this year to make a difference, do we not? And if we don't make the difference, there'll be a difference. We are at a moment where I was in Northview Heights with the Lynx the other night. We partnered on an event, educational event in Northview Heights on Thursday. And I mentioned that sometimes people like myself have said we're in an election that we've never seen before, a crucial election. And I have certainly said that. But if you didn't believe it before, I hope you believe it now. We are a nonpartisan organization. We believe in voting in each and every election, that those in office meet our needs, aspirations, and concerns, and that Black people meet or see the connection between voting and results. What we need to do, when we started BPEP 39 years ago, one of our slogans was, vote your interest. So I don't need to deal with a party or who's the presidential candidates or the senatorial candidates, congressional candidates, U.S. congresspeople. You look at, from your perspective, as a human being, as an African American or whoever you are, Latino, what is in your interest? What candidates will be in your interest? And vote your interest. We need people who will support voting rights. We need people who will support women's rights. We need people who will support the rights of the LGBT community. We need people who will support the needs of our young. Climate change. This election will determine the direction of those issues in this country. Whoever you want for president, you need to put in the office the senators and the congresspeople who will support the president that you wish. Because of, am I right? Come on. If the president gets in office who you want and you've not put in the senators and you have not put in the Congress people, they have problems. You see what happened with Barack. The great debate Tuesday. Come out and be with us. We'll give you some popcorn and some pizza at Kingsley. This should be fun to observe together. Our jazz fundraiser, this is how we continue to exist. 70 artists in one night, BPEP Jazz. Election dates, we make sure, anybody in this room, if you're not registered, I don't know why you're here, but if we won't talk about you too badly, but come on. And if you want us to send you, and we have more stuff, by the way, a lot more stuff. If you want us to email you our material, let me know, or let Will Anderson know. Let's give Will Anderson, one of our longtime BPEPers, a hand over there who helped me put all this together for today. We got, what, 1 minute? I want you to look at Project 2025. We're going to review some of this in the first half hour before the event on Tuesday. Please. Banning books, banning history of Black people, banning women's rights to choose, mass deportation. Folks talking about deporting people who are already here legitimately. People have lost their minds. The Supreme Court, if you vote for no other reason, remember the 5-4 votes that we've had for decades. And in recent years, the 5-4, 6-3 votes, because a person had an opportunity to appoint very right-wing people to the Supreme Court, and they're making right-wing decisions. You make the decisions that work for you and work for our community. We vote in each and every election. It's a lifetime commitment. Thank you very much.
You know, Tim said something significant in that BPEP is a nonpartisan. Tmag is nonpartisan. Let's explain what that means. We don't come here and tell you who to vote for, but we will encourage you to vote. We will help you to vote. You have questions about voting. If we don't know, we'll find out. And there's a wealth of knowledge in this room today. There's elected officials. There are people that have been working in elections for many, many years. If we don't know the answers, we can find out the answers. If you're not registered to vote, you still have time, and there's a young lady in the hall that will register you now. So if you're not registered to vote, don't hesitate. She can help you get registered right now. So we're going to call our next speaker. Let's go with our good friend. Oh, before I go any further, please forgive me. I'd like to thank our sponsors. We don't have any actually here in the house today, but that's the table signs, the signs on the walls in your program, Allegheny County Housing Agency, Highmark, IBEW number 5, PA Housing Finance, UPMC, and the Mon Valley People's Action Committee, a committee that Tmag works with very closely. Yes, thank you. Yes, please, thank you. We want to thank our sponsors. So if we would please, I'm going to ask Mayor Jojo Burgess to come and give us some remarks. He's the mayor of Washington, PA. Yes. He's also a steel worker with the Steelworkers Union, been for many years, outstanding civic engagement. He's a worker across the state. Wherever he has to go, he goes. And we appreciate him. So let's give him a warm round.
Thank you, Roxanne. And let me say, I think it's been, what, about the last 5 or 6 years I've been coming to your events, because Bobby Mack sent me here from the Steelworkers. And I can't speak highly enough on what Tmag has done for the entire community, especially our people of color and things that go on. But, you know, You guys are much appreciated, everything that you do, and anytime that I can be here to help you guys, you know I'll be here. But let's talk about the regional report that I have coming from Washington, Pennsylvania. We are under attack down there, people of color. There was a lie that was perpetrated during the debates in about Springfield, Ohio, in Haitians eating dogs and cats. And it was a proven lie. But that has now came into Washington County. I just got to talking to Mr. Luther, and then I didn't get a chance to show you Mr. Tim, but I will show anyone that wants to see. Because of the fight down in Charleroi, we just lost a plant of 375 workers because a corporation decided to shut down a mill and move. Some extremists have decided to make that fight about the Haitian population that is down in Charleroi, that has been there for the last 4 or 5 years, minding their own business, working, being very positive in the community, no crime level whatsoever down there, but now they've been found. And Donald Trump, and I hate to bring up a political, name in that, but I got to be honest with you. He bought up Charleroi, PA, a small town in Washington County, and talked about how the Haitian population is dragging that city down. We're here because of African American and Latino, influence in that. But it's more than that. It's about us. And when I say us, it's people of color. If we don't get on board with what's going on and see what's happening right now when we get out to vote and we get people registered to vote and we stand up for ourselves, we are going to get taken back. There is a flyer in Charleroi, Pennsylvania floating around right now telling white families, protect yourself, join the Klan, bring them back. I have that flyer. We're getting word out about it first. That's what we got to do, and educate people on what's going on with it, and showing the pivot of the hate that we have here. Give me 1 second here, because I want to make sure that I accurately read what it says. White citizens of Charleroi, don't let government destroy your town. These third world immigrants are destroying every single city they arrive in. These Haitians that have been in Charleroi for some years now have built businesses, have revitalized the downtown area of Charleroi, and have minded their own business until somebody decided to say they was eating cats and dogs in Ohio. The government is pushing their third world immigrants into every small town across America. I want you to think about what that says. Enough is enough. Americans, take a stand. And I'm sorry, I'm old, so I got to do my. Join the Trinity White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Absolutely, 100%. I'm going to be like that cat that was part of the movie, Klansman. No, I'm not. Last thing, it says, arm yourselves, white America, protect your families. Tell me if that's not a call to action that we heard well before my time in the 50s and 60s when people were dying for our right to vote. They're trying to drag us back to those times again. And we cannot let that happen. We will not let that happen. We need to get on board and educate all of our neighbors, our friends, anyone. Look at what's going on. Do you want to go back? I had the opportunity this year of going to the national convention up in Chicago. And I will leave you with this. What my hat says about a certain person running for president, I'm going to just use that one slogan. We will not go back. Thank you and have a nice day.
That's something that I wanted to say and share. We're going to say it and share it. We're going to do that all day. We're not going back. So let's say that. We're not going back. That's right. We want our civil rights. We want our right to live where we want, love who we want, do with our bodies what we want to do. So we know what we have to do. As Tim said, we have to also send the down ballot. We have to vote for senators, congressmen on the federal level. We have to vote for state reps on the state level and state senators. So the president is way up here. There are many steps to get to him. And if we don't fill those steps, by the time it gets to him, it may never get to him or her. Hello. So let's be focused. When we go back, when we leave here today, we want you to be full and ready to get out and do the work that we need to do these last 35, 40 days. So if we could at this point, we're going to ask Reverend Evelyn Morrison. She's visiting us. Yes, from Reading, Pennsylvania. Yes. I know she has a good word to share with us today.
I give God all the glory for my life and everything that I do in it, because I take going home very seriously, and we should too. No, we're not going back. I brought 5 pages of report of what's happening in the Reading Berks County area, but that's not sufficient, because I'm going to go with what is being driven in my spirit to share with you. First of all, I'd like to give honor to all the elders who have stood the test of time and the fight that put us here as the next generation, in which we have to fight for the next generation to be able to be fortified. Amen? So God says, keep our face turned to Him. We can't do that being cowards. We can't do that with a lot of fear. So I'm saying remove the fear, take away the doubt, and let's get busy. Until your day is done, you will be in a struggle. As long as your skin is brown in America, you're going to be in a struggle. As long as your lips are full, your nose is wide, and your hair is cutely curled, you will be in the struggle. We are looking towards authenticity. And if we're not authentic in our walk and in our march, then why are we doing it? Why are we here? If we are not genuine in what we do, then who are we? Amen. I am from a community that used to sell slaves. Berks County was a slave plantation. We just found that out 2 years ago because they took that information early and hid it, because they didn't want us to know that the judges, the lawyers, the doctors are all the great grandsons of those that enslaved the people through the steel industry. You know all about steel industry, amen? Pittsburgh Steel. It was the new slavery after agricultural slavery. So when we were taken from the fields by law, the Emancipation Proclamation and the Civil Rights Law of 1866. Then we moved north and migrated. And we said, hey, here's a new opportunity. But the new opportunity was to get dirty in pig iron and railroads and all the dirty work we did, and still be locked up in the farms of which the Germans owned. And then we understood why progress for the last 100 years in Reading was not really what it should have been. Why? Because the slave white supremacy has always been the underlying power base. So I met with the Ku Klux Klan director, the Grand Wizard. They thought I was crazy. But I found out he was not my enemy because he hated me or because he railed around my gender, my race. It was people who sat with ties and suits in city council that denied me an equal opportunity for the economic development. We're talking about economic development, put your money where your mouth is. In Reading, we developed a book to encourage our young entrepreneurs. So they're highlighted in this book, and I'd like to share it with all of you. So I do have some copies that should go around. And I want you to know that there's a movement taking place. And that movement is we're holding our elected officials' feet to the ground, to the fire. We must. I am a chief advocate of Abba's advocates. I'm everywhere. So as I wrap that up, let's get together and talk about some things. And even Mayor Gainey took two of our ideas, Abba's advocates, the last time we met with him, and he implemented them. So I'm anxious to see what the outcome was. Amen? So we're filled with ideas, but until we put action to our ideas and be committed to the struggle, we're not going to get any further. And our children will be here, the next generation, saying the same thing. So my brothers and sisters, freedom is about your spirit. And if you're not free in your spirit, then you're not going to be free economically, educationally, philosophically. You won't be free. Amen? So I'm saying break the bondage. Break the bondage in the name of God. See, you are the Jesuses that need to come to the earth. All right? You are He. So let's get busy, my brothers and sisters. Reading bid you hello, and let us work together and continue to network. We have work to do. We have women's rites of passage happening. We have men's rites of passage happening. Because without your roles and you being in place where you need to be, guess what? Our families are not doing well. Our churches are not doing well. Our communities are not doing well. Our government will not do well until we are in our rightful place. Amen? Amen. To God be the glory.
I don't know who my wife planned to call up next, but let me see. Reverend Judith Moore.
I bring you greetings from Sisters Saving Ourselves Now and Black Women Roundtable, Pittsburgh, Western Pennsylvania. We're doing the doggone thing. And who are we? We are advocates for Black women and their families. Black Women Roundtable is a national organization out of Washington, D.C. We have affiliates in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Michigan, and Ohio under the leadership of Miss Melanie Campbell, who is a long-term advocate of civil engagement. Know this, Black women and their families have made a deposit into this United States a long, long time ago. And now some say that we have no records, but we got the receipts marked blood, sweat, and tears. We fought fires before, and the fire is lost. Let's be clear. We're advocating for Black women and their families. Nobody but us get the right to write or to tell our story. Therefore, nobody gets the opportunity to alter our story, roll back our history, leave my children worse off than me. You don't get to tell me and take my Social Security that I paid into. Tell us we don't deserve fair housing or livable hourly rate. Elevate my medicine that I need to survive. Sick leave and family emergencies. You don't get to tell me what to do with my body. But no matter what it looks like, we got this. Jeremiah said it this way, for I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope and a future. My grandmama Jessie told me, don't you ever hold your head down. You can't see where you're going. Now is the time to hold your head up high. Head to the polls. Mail in your ballots. Tell your family members, everybody in this house will vote. Tell them your vote matters, not just to them, but to those in the future. Vote up and down the ballots. We're doing voter registration. We're informing our communities what's at stake. We're collaborating with entities, Gen Z and the panel discussions. Now is the time to pave the way forward. Enough is enough. Resilience and victory is attainable if we faint not. Sisters Saving Ourselves Now and Black Women Roundtable, we're coming to your neighborhood on our Get Out the Vote Freedom and Joy bus tour in 8 locations. Get Out the Vote Tea in Clariton, October 20th. And November 2nd, we'll be doing a fall festival in Homewood because we matter.
Yes, we matter. And I can't even tell you how that made me feel when she said they told us that they can't find the records, but we got the receipts. Hello. That's right. Thank you. Moving along in the program, I don't want to get too far behind. Right now, we're doing good, but she's mentioned Gen Z. Let's welcome Mr. Eddie Carpio. Carpio? Eddie, all right. I've never met Eddie before. This is the first time. We want to make sure he knows he's welcome. And now he's a part of what we're doing. This may be the last roundtable, but we're not done yet. Now, we'll still be working, and we got to get our young folks. Are you a holder or you want to hear?
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me. As some of you may not know, this is my first speech, so bear with me. Bear with me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Eddie Carpio. I'm a community organizer with Casa San Jose, where we connect, support, and advocate with and for the Latino community. I came here today to talk about the Latino voters in Allegheny County and the many issues facing the community. Recently moving from New Jersey to here to Pittsburgh, it's been an adjustment. I come from a Latino community, and here, unfortunately, they are in hiding. They are living in fear, and they're unaware of what they can or cannot do. I cannot say the same perspective as those who have witnessed the rapid growth of Latino communities here over the past 10 years. But through the work, I've become quickly familiar with the issues that are important to members of the community, and I believe sharing these issues will help us understand what drives Latino voters in Pittsburgh. Using statistics, data, and my observations here so far, I can objectively say it is essential for fostering an inclusive democracy and addressing unique challenges by engaging the Latino voters. Allegheny County has experienced tremendous growth within the Latino population. Over the last decade, it has increased over 80% alone. And according to the data from the 22 elections, out of the 16,557 Latino people among the voting age population, only 11,800 citizens are only 11,870 are citizens eligible to vote in Allegheny County. And out of that number, only 5,019 are registered. And it gets worse. Only 2,119 of those registered voters made it to the polls on election day. So we started with 16,500 and ended with 2,100. This being said, the census also historically undercounts the Latino population. So it's expected that the Latino in Pittsburgh are even less represented in the elections that these numbers shows. So it's crucial to mobilize eligible Latino voters and garner support to making voting more accessible for all members of the community, regardless of status. To fulfill our mission at Casa San Jose, we hold regular meetings with community members. This includes misinformation meetings, where we gather community members just to voice their concerns about the upcoming elections, giving them support that they know that we know they don't eat cats and dogs. Along with that, we do the door canvassing, voter registration, text banking, phone banking, but we also hold sessions called Knowing Your Rights. Simply just explaining to them that they do have rights, that they can vote. We have found that many of these issues originate from the legal status of undocumented immigrants, but the utilization of state and local policy can majorly alleviate the burden of our community that they face. And that's where we come in. That's where we can do the heavy lifting. And some of the work, like pushing for early voting, demonstrates the need for our right to vote. Not only playing defense due to voter suppression, but going also on offense and creating accessible paths for voter engagement, such as advocating for more drop boxes in our communities. Along with immigration reform, access to driver's license is very important to the community. In Pennsylvania, certain immigration statuses are not eligible for voting, not eligible for driver's licenses. This restricts many Latinos' accessibility to simple tasks like commuting to work, getting groceries, or simply dropping or picking up your kids off from school. And this is a state policy. There are already 13 states that have passed laws allowing non-citizens to obtain driver's license, but Pennsylvania is not one of them. Falling behind to our neighboring states, such as New Jersey, New York, Maryland, and Delaware, where it is allowed. And it seems to be that Pennsylvania is falling behind next to our neighbors. I hope that this information has informed you on the motivations of Latino voters in Allegheny County and the struggles that we face in representation. The Latino vote is important because it reflects our democracy and our nation. Every election presents an opportunity for the voice of Latinos residents to be heard, and full voter participation helps policies that affect not just their community, but the entire county. Through civic groups, community organizations, and local leaders, we play a vital role in maximizing not only Latino turnout, but everybody's turnout. And by providing resource, education, and outreach, we can help demystify the voting process and encourage higher participation rates among Latino voters. Initiatives that foster civic engagement and highlight the importance of voting can create a ripple effect, inspiring not just Latinos, but all residents to take an active role in shaping their future. The Latino vote in Allegheny County is not just important, it is essential for a vibrant democracy in these tough times that we have forces destroying it. As we move forward, let us commit to this vital community, addressing barriers to participation and amplifying their voices. Together, we can build a more inclusive and representative political landscape that benefits everyone. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. We love having our young folks. You know, Eddie, we're available anytime. When you guys have your conversations, you know, to help people to understand they are part of our communities, and we need to help you guys represent. Okay? Yes. Abuela, that's what my grandbabies in Maryland call me, is abuela. That's right. Yes. Oh, wait till we have our speaker this afternoon. Okay, let's move along because we have more to go. Okay, so let's ask at this time, we're going to ask Dr. Raquel Ford to come and give us some words from the Mon Valley and share some of her thoughts on what's happening with this election.
I'm a holder. Good afternoon, well, good almost afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Raquel Ford, and I am a resident of Clairton. I'm going to start with some of the things that I've been doing individually to learn more about this election. For one, I'm educating myself. We are never too smart not to educate ourselves, right? So we have to know what's actually going on. We have to know what's being said. People think I am absolutely crazy when I tell them that I listen to Patriot Radio, right? But if I don't know what they're saying on that side, how am I going to be able to counter what others are saying? I know one of the things that everyone's been talking about, or one of the issues everyone's been talking about, is Springfield, Ohio. Listening to Patriot Radio 2 times. They say on the radio, well, the Haitians, because that's what they're calling them, the Haitians, it is part of their heritage to eat cat. That's not the truth. And these are not the people who are calling into the show. These are the people who are hosting the show that is posing these ideas on their listeners, and their listeners are going and running on it. They're not studying to show themselves approved. They're studying themselves to show what other people are telling them. So it's important to study to show yourself approved, to let everyone know that you are educated on the issues that are on the horizon. The other thing I do to educate myself is I listen to the Native Land podcast. Are we all familiar with that? Native Land podcast is with, I always get there, Tiffany Cross, Angela Rye, and Andrew Gilliam. They are giving you, I feel like they're giving us the best information. It's unfiltered information, so sometimes you gotta cover your ears, but it's good information that they're giving us, and it's and they're being real with the information, and they're calling people out. They did a lot of work at the DNC, and they also did work at the Congressional Black Caucus, where they had a lot of people there that came on the stage, came on the podcast to speak. Summer Lee actually spoke, and she talked a lot about the Mon Valley, and I was a happy Mon Valley person to hear her talk in the way that she talked about the Mon Valley. So a lot of people around the country may have not known who the Mon Valley is, but the way she spoke about it was excellent for me. The other thing that I have been doing is I'm an adjunct professor at Point Park University, and I teach freshmen. I have been really talking to them about voting and voting registration. So I had someone come in and actually teach them how to prepare to do voting registration on this past Thursday. We actually hit the streets of Pittsburgh, and we downtown Pittsburgh, and we went out and did voter registration. With that, we were able to not only get people registered to vote, because we were successful in getting people registered to vote, but also on the back of their boards, it said, do you know the status of your registration? If people were telling us that they were registered, I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. Do you know the status of your registration? Do you know where you are supposed to register? The one important thing that I felt about getting college students registered was to, because Pennsylvania is a swing state, right? So are you registered to vote in Pennsylvania? Make sure you're asking the question in that way. So that we could get those people who aren't registered in Pennsylvania, get their registration over to Pennsylvania, so that they're not worried about their parents sending in their absentee ballot and trying to send it back, but actually creating an opportunity for them to vote for themselves. And most of these students are voting for the very first time as freshmen. So really getting them acclimated with voting and a voter registration process and being able to vote. Okay. Other thing, I got to go fast. I only got 2 minutes. So I want to encourage you all to get out and volunteer. We are getting plenty of calls about canvassing, about phone banking, and actually doing transportation on the date of election. A lot of people say that they can't make it to the ballot. Make it to the polling place to get registered. So making sure that we're creating opportunities for that. Mon Valley's People Action Committee do have some things coming up. We'll be at Eon It is a club that is in Homestead. So we're really trying to target the younger population to actually get out and vote. Um, Thank you. The other thing that we're doing is we're targeting family centers and doing voter registration on the days that parents are there with their youth. And actually, if they're already registered, being able to provide some education to them. I want to leave you with this question. What are you going to do with your next 37 days? It's 37 days left until we are going to cast our vote for the next president. What are you going to do with your next 37 days? Thank you.
So she brought up a good point about people getting to the polls that want to actually go to the polls. We promote voting by mail. We promote that a lot. They will be coming out with the information where you can drop your ballots. You can take them in person if you're not sure. You can always take them downtown on Forbes Avenue to the Allegheny County election office. They will be having drop boxes, and they will have satellites. Now, there's a difference in those. Satellites, you can do several things. Dropbox is just that, it's a Dropbox. But to get familiar with where they're at and how you can access them, go to vote.pa.gov. Vote.pa.gov. If you need a ride to the polls, if you need somebody that somebody that needs a ride, write this number down in Pittsburgh or Allegheny County. Tim, is it Allegheny County or Pittsburgh? Rise to the poll. Pittsburgh? Okay. So it's in the African American communities in Pittsburgh proper and just outside Wilkinsburg. And what else did he say? Thank you. Thank you. McKeesport. The number to call, 412 212 8775. 412 212 8775. That's for rolls to the polls. Our next speaker, we're going to keep going as quickly as we can. Starting to get just a little bit behind, but we'll get there. Our next speaker is Ms. Vanessa Williams, President of the Concerned Women on the Move. She's visiting us from Philadelphia, PA. Let's give her a warm welcome.
Good morning, almost afternoon. I just have to say that the two things that have really stuck out for me so far this morning is first, that we won't go back. There is power in that statement. And then another speaker talked about freedom and understanding that freedom is not free, that there is work to be done to accomplish what it is we want and need. And so what I'm sharing is the things that we are doing in Philadelphia around those kinds of concepts to make sure that folks are aware and understanding how important this election is. It is in Philadelphia sort of the best of times, the worst of times. We have great new excitement. We have a new mayor, first woman of color to hold that role. She is bringing a ton of energy around addressing issues that have been just kind of allowed to linger and be. She has put energy into saying, we're going to tackle it, we're going to try to correct it. And so with that, there is also energy around understanding that we are no longer going to be Philadelphia. We are on a mission to be the cleanest, greenest, and safest city in America. That is her mantra. And she is actively doing that. But part of that process involves what we're talking about today, and that is voting and making sure that people understand the power of their vote, where to vote, why they should vote, but also the history of it, and that they shouldn't vote alone, that they should be bringing family, friends, neighbors, cousins, uncles, the lady down the street they really don't like. But they're going to talk to her because they want her to come to the poll. So our activity is much like what's happening around the state. People are canvassing, they're in malls. They are showing up at the supermarket. You could be at the basket in line, and somebody's got a clipboard going, "Are you registered to vote?" It is an exciting kind of energy, and the energy picked up when the top of the ticket changed for the Democrats. Clearly, there is a new passion. It's not quite the Obama passion, but there is a real sense that people understand what's at stake, and why it's important to vote and what that means for us as a country. A lot of our activity is centered around trying to identify and target, and not just that kind of spitting in the wind, run out in the community and try to talk to everybody, but where are the folks who are not voting? And looking at the statistics and getting in those neighborhoods. Community engagement is high on the list of what has to happen. The work I do is around community engagement. I'm in neighborhoods. I'm facilitating conversations in communities about what we need, how we get it, and the power we have to achieve that. Part of that power is in our vote, and people do not recognize, in many instances, it is one of the most powerful muscles that we can exercise. So as we are moving through this process, yes, we're talking to people. We're saying, are you on the phone? Are you in your church? Recognizing that also the power of prayer in this process. That as we started this, if you recognize our rich history, you know that many of the changes that came in this society came from churches. That churches were the start and brought the energy and the sanctuary and the safety for people to come together to address what they wanted to change. So for many of us, and churches in Philadelphia and other faith-based organizations, like other organizations, are all coming together. They see common ground. Regardless of the faith, they're recognizing if we don't work together to move forward, we will, as a team, as a community, fall. Our communities will not thrive, they will not move forward. And so the importance of today and this kind of roundtable and discussion is sharing what we're doing, but also recognizing, again, how do we better flex our muscles? How do we better affect change? And so I am privileged to be and honored to be a part of this discussion, and look forward to learning more about what you're doing and hopefully sharing how we work together more.
Wow. So here are a couple points that were just brought to my attention. They asked me if I would mention them, and I think that she's spot on. Thank you for reminding me. Pennsylvania is a swing state. We all know what that is, right? We're part of the final equation. We can make the difference in this election, and it's important that we remember how important we are. So what we'd like you to do, you, your family, your neighbors, your church members, your fraternities, sororities, organizations, check your voter registrations. Go to vote.pa.com. Make sure your registration is still valid. They're playing a lot of tricky games, and we don't need that to be a barrier. The other important issue is check your polling place. Some have been moved, some have been closed. And you will not know that unless you check on many occasions. Some they're letting people know, some not so much. So our luncheon speaker just came in. I'd like to invite him to come and sit next to Mr. Eddie. Mr. Norman, would you come and sit next to Mr. Eddie, please? I'd like you to get to know this young man. He should know you. Yes. So we're going to check our voting places, and we're going to check our voter registrations along with our families. And we're going to go to vote.pa.gov to check those. You can check pretty much anything you need to know with vote.pa.gov. Our next speaker is Miss Heaven Lee. Now, you ready for that name? Heaven Lee. Yes. Miss Lee comes to us from PA United, Beaver County. And talk about on the road, doing the work, talking to people, educating, uplifting, taking care of. They do it all. So let's welcome Miss Heaven.
Hello, everyone. My name is Heaven. Just like Eddie, this is my first speech, so please bear with me. I wrote it all down so that I don't forget what it is that I actually want to say. It's a lot. So, my name is Heaven Lee. I'm the chapter director for an advocacy group called Beaver County United. I am a lifelong concerned citizen of Western PA. I've lived, worked, and raised my daughter in Beaver County. I got my start in organizing as a canvasser with Beaver County in 2018 during the PA governor's race, working to activate and mobilize voters in my hometown of Aliquippa. That experience lit a fire within me that I never knew was there. Realizing my power and the power of the neighbors in my community to fight for the future that our community deserves. At Beaver County United, we fight every day to uplift our youth and to help guide them to being the best version of themselves, all while empowering our community to change, to be the change that we all want and need to see. We fight for the things that our neighbors value most: democracy, community safety, equitably funded public schools for our children, clean water and clean air, neighborhoods we can afford to raise our families in, and local economies that work for us all. Our main focus has been to stop the gun violence within our community, youth development, and voters' education, most importantly. Our story is one of building power in marginalized communities. Our vision is to create a better Western Pennsylvania, and by extension, a commonwealth and a country that prioritizes people, not profit, and to build bridges across our differences by creating the local infrastructure to influence outcomes for our futures, including our blossoming co-governance relationship with Mr. Mayor DeJuan Walker, the city of Aliquippa, and a list of dedicated community leaders. Our resilience is the face of divisive tactics. To empower working families helps us identify the needs and the issues that matter most to the voters and the candidates that best understand what it means to win elections needed to move the communities forward. Okay, the foundation of our electoral work is built on deep canvassing, the practice of fostering real conversations about the issues voters care about and finding commonality within our struggles. Our parent organization, PA United, ran one of the region's most rigorous deep canvassing operations between 2020 and 2022 by permanently investing in field staff from the communities we work alongside and growing leaders. We have an amazing field team in Beaver County of dedicated individuals from Beaver County. It is our mission to find out what the issues are in our community and to help meet the needs of the community members. In the month of September alone, we knocked nearly 12,000 doors around this election. We had a total of 1,082 deep canvas conversations around this election. Through our community outreach, we've also registered since the beginning of this year 268 residents in Beaver County that will be voting in this year's election. We are also hosting house parties to get people amped about this election. We're recruiting volunteers to assist with phone banks, door knocking, and to make sure that everyone is exercising their right to vote. We will also be hosting this year a house party at the poll to make sure that there are no absentee ballots left unturned. The voters are excited to get out and vote. This year's presidential election is one of the most critical elections in the history of the United States, in the history of this country. And it is most important that we educate our communities about the importance of voting and what is at stake for democracy if we lose. Beaver County United has built a trusting relationship with the community members of Beaver County. It is important that we meet the needs of the community members to work with to empower establishing trust and mutual understanding is a primary building block of meaningful community relationships. With this election, we have a real opportunity to lay the groundwork for what we can possibly see as a win. Combined with our issue and solidarity work, we have a real opportunity to protect what matters to us all and build towards the future that our community deserves. Make sure that in your spare time, you are taking the opportunity to let everyone know around you that they need to get out and vote.
You know, we have some incredible young folks here with us today. Let's say thank you. So I left my note there, but Miss Tiffany Carter Sayer will join us next, please.
So just like Heaven and Eddie, I'm sorry, y'all. This is my first time giving a speech. So louder. I'm sorry. I do want to say thank you so much for having me here today. I am turning into my ancestors' greatest dreams right in front of my own face. So I do appreciate you guys allowing me to come and speak. So greetings from Take Action Advocacy Group. We are focused in the Mon Valley. What we do is we empower and equip those who are suffering through social injustices and help them solve current or future problems that they have through political education, community organizing, which I am the community organizer over at Take Action Advocacy Group. And we do that through Black liberation. So with that, our vision is for us to, close the gap for those people who are suffering from social injustices. So we do things in small communities. And we live in our truth. So as you can see, I'm not dressed up as everybody else. I came as my most authentic self, in my jeans and my little loafers and my little I'm black everyday jacket. So how we do our work is we do programming. So we do things such as workshops, storytelling, training, and community organizing, like I said. We also do healing and spiritual liberation. So we just had a wellness session with the amazing Dr. Ford. She attended it with us. We do blogs. We do social liberation. What else? We have podcasts. We do social justice complaint programs. So right now we are working with someone in Washington County. His son was killed by the police. So we are doing victim advocacy, social work abolition, a wraparound program. And so, like I said, we do everything that we work on is centered in advocating for Black liberation. So, with our voting right now, we have a Duquesne pop up. We have a Democracy 101 with the youth that we're doing in Clariton. We also have a Washington County pop up that we're doing. We have a Homestead pop up that we're doing. And then during the actual election day, we're giving rides to Black and brown people that actually have disabilities that do not have the ability to get to the polls due to people not letting them know that the polling place isn't equitable for them to be in. Um, so that is really a gist of what we do. And like I said, I am new to this space. Um, I'm not a Pittsburgh resident. I am a Navy brat. I've lived in 12 different states. So, again, thank you again for having me today. Like I said, I am turning into my ancestors' wildest dreams. Um, I didn't think that I would ever be in this space at 30 years old, being a change maker and a mover and a shaker. But like just like Heaven said, it's something that is ignited in me at this point, and I'm excited to be in this space with you all. And I appreciate the time, and I pray that everyone has a great rest of their day. And let's get out and do this work, because I'm in these streets doing the work, and I appreciate everyone. Thank you so much.
Wow. I'm excited listening to young folks and what they're doing because, this is, as we say, this is our last one of these, but we're still going to be around. But watching what's coming behind us is incredible. Thank you, Eddie and Tiffany and Heaven. We are looking forward to you guys carrying the torch, doing the work, because we need you. We need you guys. Let's welcome our final regional report, Ms. Elaine Fulton Harris from Wilkinsburg. And anybody that's familiar, this sister does the work. Let me tell y'all, she does the work.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Okay, my group is called Wake Up to Vote. We've been doing voting for quite a long time, and we tried to approach voting from a different way, that it should be a celebration. So when we went out in Wilkinsburg in 2018, we treated it as such. We decorated our community. We went door to door. We did parties wherever we could go. We'd be at the farmer's market. We sing songs, making it a happy occasion. So in 2018, voting in Wilkinsburg went up 30%. And we were very, very proud of that. And we were starting to initiate the same thing again, then the pandemic hit. And all that face-to-face things that we were doing, we couldn't do, but we're back again. I mean, and we even went around to businesses. We had the beer distributor, because in our community, a lot of people are there. And they passed out flyers and stuff, for us. So, and businesses put posters in their windows and everything, and really made it a voting community. But right now, I want to step back for a minute, because sometimes you don't get to say the things that you need to say when you want to say them. So I'm gonna step back, and I'm gonna look at Luther. Thank you for your extraordinary vision. It had to be, because there was not an example for you to follow. And Roxanne, thank you for growing, nurturing, and expanding the vision in so many different ways. Because of this unique union, we can read about all the great things that have and are happening in the African American community. Have y'all heard of Tmag? Because of this unique union, civic engagement went way, way up. It's not a coincidence that there are 8 African American mayors in Allegheny County. Luther and Roxanne, the seeds that you have planted, the people you have inspired, and the partnerships you have carved out are unbelievable. You may be taking a small step back, but the vision you have forecast will live on in so many people. You two are the organizer's organizer. And you both move around with elegance like you both are walking on a cloud. Your gifts are bringing out the best in everyone and making sure they know it, and everyone else knows it also is insurmountable. We were, will we ever have a dynamic peer like you two? I don't know. We can only hope. But what I do know, and a lot of us know, you both put the cool in organizing. Every event that you have had has been lessons that need to be learned. And I thought law school was hard. Your event are places people want to be and need to be. You have created so many sparks that will eternally shine. You have made this region a focal point for the world. Your organizing, your collaborations, your gift of finding those unsung heroes, your ability to bring together people, programs, and opportunity that educate and enlighten communities is like no other. You definitely have laid some very foundation for countless to go out and do many great things. Right now, I think it's just time for the group of us to give them a big thank you. Thank you so much for all the things that you have done. Mm. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You know, I thought I was just getting a little teary, but I'm getting ready to go into one of those real ugly cries. Woo! Just so I can share, this is a certificate of appreciation for Luther and Roxanne Sewell in recognition of their valuable contributions, a unique union, the cool in organizing eloquent, insurmountable visionaries. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I have no idea where I'm at on the program. Just totally threw me off. That was our last of the regional reports. Can I? Yeah. So we are moving into the governor's commissioners. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Unfortunately, Miss Annette Nance informed us this morning that she could not attend. We do have with us Miss Adriana, I'm going to ask her to give me just a few minutes, please. Uh, Okay, let's get this party back on track. So while we have the opportunity, if you don't mind, we have a guest with us now, and I know that everybody wants to shake his hand and give him a hug, no more than I do. Tell him how great he is, that we're behind him on the next election here in the city of Pittsburgh. Let me introduce our current and soon to be reelected first Black mayor of Pittsburgh, Ed Gainey.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How you doing? You know, first I want to give honor to the other Black mayors that's in the room. If y'all could please rise. And if I could just have you briefly just say your name and what area you represent. Ladies first. Wow. Oh, I didn't know Betty was here. Why ain't Betty? Why ain't she stand up when we were saying? Yeah. Oh, no, you know, let's say it again, please. I'm sorry. Oh, we got to get another picture. I didn't realize Betty was here. Wow. Thank you. The reason why I wanted them to stand up is because none of us could have been here if it wasn't for Luther Sewell, Roxanne Sewell, and those that came before us. I'm just honored to be here today to congratulate you on all life's accomplishments and all life's work. We had you at the mayor's office where we made sure that we represented you in your own day. And that meant a lot because at the end of the day, I would not be here if it was not for you. I would not be able to do some of the things that I'm doing if it was not for you. You inspired me in many ways, and you've also talked to me many times about what we had to do. And the reason why I asked the first Black mayors to stand up, or mayors of the municipalities, is because at the end of the day, if the Luther population, if the Luther era didn't happen, we wouldn't be able to stand today. I mean, it's just that simple. And we wouldn't be able to do some of the things that we can do. Like, when I look around, to be able to say as African-American mayor that we bringing the NFL draft to this city is amazing. When I look around and I see all the flack that I've taken, that our budget was going to be in a deficit, now we wouldn't have a surplus, to end the year with a surplus, and also the bond rating agencies, not politicians, the bond rating agencies moving us from an AA minus to AA, a higher bond rating, in the midst of losing federal dollars. Because, you know, as an African American, I shouldn't be able to do financial management. But the bond ratings, not politicians, moved us up. We had a first police contract done with a disciplinary matrix in over 20 years. It's something that without that generation, I wouldn't be able to do. When I came in, we had 3 bridges in failing conditions. Today, we have none. We got some poor. We got some that's in poor condition, but we don't have no more failing condition. I share all this because I've seen greats come before me. And I'm going to say some names, and if I miss anybody, I apologize. I'm just saying people that have had a tremendous impact in my life, like Luther and Roxanne. I'm going to start here today because I see Jackie Hill. And Jackie Hill being in Homewood, and I tell people that the reason why I'm successful and I'm built for this war is because if you come out of the wilderness of Homewood, you're going to be ready. You got about 100 tribes in Homewood. You understand what I'm saying? Homewood got like 100 tribes, huh? And all of them is gangsters. You know what I'm saying? All of them. You know, Lamont, Wilson, in the beginning, you, Bubby, Chuck, the generation before me. You know, just being able to watch how y'all conduct politics with downtown in the neighborhood. I was the young buck just watching, but I was willing to learn. And so I didn't have to be seen. I just had to be a student that had a seat at the table. You know, I said to Doc Fielders, Harvey Adams, Elmer Speed Fox. The list just goes on and on. Kerry Washington, Sarah Campbell, Joe Preston, Salahuddin. See, I couldn't stand if they wasn't before me and give me an opportunity. I remember when Salah first ran, I stood there and I said, Salah, you ain't got to pay me a dime, and I was broke. Just show me the game. Take me with you. I ain't got to sit at the table. I can stand in the corner like I'm on punishment. Just take me with you. Because knowledge was more important to me at that time than money. Tom Murphy giving me the first opportunity to work in the mayor's office. Luke Ravenstall giving me another opportunity to work in the mayor's office. I took this community everywhere I go. They came out with a gender and equity report talking about this is the worst place for black women. I said it's only the worst place because you ain't looking for them. Now my top administration is women. And I'm saying all that not to brag here today. What I'm saying is that I could not be here if it wasn't for the generation before me. And a lot of times we don't pay homage to that. You know, we let our history die instead of keeping it alive. There's a reason why commencement day, I didn't know who August Wilson was at Morgan State University because nobody in my community was talking about a legendary actor, a legendary playwright like August Wilson. We allow our history to die. Yeah, we do. We allow it to die. Right now, we should pay homage to Luther. Because at the end of the day, he's our history that we can't allow to die. It's not if my generation know who he is. It's if my kids' generation know who he is, what he did, and how he moved Black Pittsburgh ahead of his time to give us an opportunity to succeed in business, to succeed in politics, but more importantly, demonstrate what it means to be a husband, a father in life. Not only to his kids, but to a blended family. To just continue to show us what it means to show up and show out. I couldn't have believed in a city that's only 23% that looked like me that I could be mayor if I didn't have those that was in my life to show me how to deal with the city's mainstream color. To treat people not how they see me, but how I want to treat them. I had teachers. And I say that today because I hope when we leave here, if you could take the spirit of Luther anywhere, who are you teaching? Who are you teaching? Because see, sometimes we come this and we criticize mainstream of being classism, but even in the Black community, I see classism because I've seen people talking about what they've accomplished, who they are, where they at, but ain't teaching nobody So you ain't pulling nobody from the back. If you ain't got a young people, if you don't have a young person you're not pouring into, please don't tell me you're blessed and highly favored. Tell that to the Reverend. Don't tell me, because blessed and highly favored, in any part of the Bible, they was given back to the next generation. But we want you to say, look at me, look at me. I don't want to look at you. I want to see your work. I want to see the fruit. Did it create juice or not? And what I'm saying to y'all now is that we leave here with his spirit in us, because his spirit should be in each and every one of us. It should be in each and every one of us. Who are you teaching? Who? And if you can't answer that question, then I want you to take a look at me and say, how am I creating the next? Thank you.
Yeah.
Ain't Rico a bully? I just wanted to say this. Yesterday was probably the greatest day that I've seen in African American history. I just want you to understand what I'm saying. We named the street we named the street on the north side after Roger Humphreys. So his name is eternal now. We put a Pennsylvania state marker in front of Teenie Harris's house yesterday. The house is now eternal. And I'm mentioning that because times are changing. As an African American in this city, I never thought I'd see a day where you'd have two African Americans eternally sketched in the history of this city. And I think you should celebrate that.
So can I have all the mayors, please, to come into the back room? Let's do this quick. Let's do this quick because he has to go. All the mayors. Okay, so we have one time to get this one shot with Mayor Gainey, please. So whatever you want to do, get your shot when the mayors are together. I can't do individual pictures. Do your one shot. You can get your shot there. So as they're doing that, I'm sure we got half the room over there, but we're going to go for the next group. So the next group was our commissioners. We did not get the Asian commissioner. The African American was scheduled to come, but she let me know this morning she would not be here.
Say your name and what city.
But we do have with
Betty
us
Copeland,
Ms.
Bridgeville,
Adriana.
Delia, Leonard Winstead, Braddockboro.
She is a member of the
Dewan
Latino,
Walker, City of Aliquippa.
Pennsylvania Latino
Ed Gainey, City of
Governors
Pittsburgh.
Commission.
Jojo Burton,
And
City
she's
of
going to
Washington,
share with
PA.
us what the commissions do and how we can support them in their work.
Sorry, excuse me.
Ms. Adriana.
Good morning, everyone. Brutal couple acts to follow, but I will do my best. It is an absolute honor to be here today with all of you. Thank you so much for having me. As Ms. Roseanne said, my name is Adriana Sanchez. I am one of two commissioners that represent the Governor's Advisory Commission on Latino affairs from Allegheny County. And I'm here just to share with you very briefly what we do, who we are. So the purpose of the commission is to gather information regarding Latino Pennsylvanians' experiences and needs, review, evaluate, and assess programs affecting us, provide the governor with information and recommendations regarding how best to meet their needs, or our needs rather, and provide information about programs and services that may be relevant to the Latino Pennsylvanian population. The commission and its executive director also serve as an extension of the governor's office in their respective communities. So that's why I'm able to be here with you today, and is responsible for communicating priorities and accomplishments of the governor and his administration. The commission seeks to spread awareness and increase access to programs and services provided by the Commonwealth that benefit everyday Pennsylvanians. Our commission is made up of 3 different committees: the Health, Human Services, and Safety, the Community and Economic Development Economic and Workforce Development Committee, and the Education, Civic Engagement, and Leadership Development. This last year, we were able to provide 3 really key recommendations to our governor, namely affordable childcare, fair housing, language access specifically. And so I can go through really briefly each of them. So as far as affordable childcare goes in Pennsylvania, there are over 1 million working parents with children under 6 years of age who lose an estimate 3.47 billion in income annually because of childcare breakdowns, causing parents to miss work and leave their jobs. That number includes approximately 591 million in tax revenue that is lost annually because of childcare issues. The economy runs on a robust workforce, and a robust workforce runs on childcare. Investments in the private sector to create new jobs and retain existing jobs will be lost if these workers cannot access childcare that meets the needs of their families. Early childhood teachers earn an estimate $12.43 an hour. That is less than $26,000 per year. In 100% of 67 Pennsylvania counties, earning failed to meet the cost of living standards. Educators and childcare staff struggle to cover costs of necessities with one job alone. Approximately 21% childcare staff rely on SNAP benefits, and 21% of them rely on Medicare coverage, even though most survey respondents had a college education. That's pretty telling. Around fair housing and why we recommended fair housing. In 1968, the Fair Housing Act was signed into law. Also known as Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the law prohibited discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing of housing-related transactions because of race, color, national origin, and religion. Poor housing conditions impact the health and well-being of residents and people in protected classes disparately. The disparate impact is a significant issue. 23% of rental assistance recipients in Pennsylvania are seniors. 27% of rental assistance recipients in Pennsylvania have a disability. 56% of rental assistance recipients in Pennsylvania are families with children. Pennsylvanians deserve to have a safe place to call home, a space where children can study, where families can gather, and where individuals can find solace after a long day's work. Language access. Language access equals access. Under Title VI of the Civil Rights of 1964, entities that receive federal financial assistance must take responsible steps to provide meaningful access to people whose primary language is not English. According to the Program for the International Assessment of Adult Competencies, 18% of Pennsylvanian adults have literacy skills at or below the level needed for work, family, and community life. This includes nearly 390,000 working age adults that do not speak English well or at all. People with limited proficiency or LEP have a higher risk for experiencing disparities. And that is why we are committed to continue to do our work, to continue to propel these recommendations until our government sees it through. And that is all I had for you. So thank you so much for having me. And I'm hanging on.
working? Hello? I asked her to hang on for a minute. I'd like to see if anybody has, I'm gonna step away. Any questions? I know she gave you a lot of statistics. So what can we do to help you do your work? I'll ask the first question.
I appreciate the question. Yeah, there are, I guess I didn't go through this, but there are more than one commission. We have an African American commission, like you said. We have an Asian American Pacific Islander commission, as well as an LGBTQ and a women's commission. So just keep an eye out for the work that we're doing in our communities. And if you can, we're trying really hard to get to be known by the communities. We have a direct line oftentimes to leadership in Harrisburg. So if there are issues coming up in your communities that want for us to understand and know, please do find us. We're more than happy to, listen to you and take your issues back with us as much as we can.
How can somebody reach out to you guys?
So that's a great question, and I wish that the executive directors of the other commissions had come because I'm not at the administrative level the way that they are. But you can find us. I believe each commission has social media. We have a Facebook page for at least GACLA. We have an Instagram page also for GACLA. So that is one way to connect
What
with
about a
us.
website there?
I don't believe, have a website this
Okay.
time around. Yeah, so you can just connect directly with the governor's office.
Okay.
As my peer here, Norman expressed. And that is one way also to get it to us.
Wonderful. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Sure.
Could you repeat the statistic for the number of people needing childcare in Pennsylvania?
Sure. So in Pennsylvania, there are over 1 million working parents with children under the age of 6 who lose an estimate $3.47 billion in income annually because of child breakdown.
Did I see another hand?
Yeah, over here. Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'll come right back to you.
All the folks that came across the border and now are being displaced throughout the cities in the United States, what are your thoughts about them as far as housing and financial needs?
I don't think I have enough days in the year left for answering that question. And I don't really have a question that any more than anyone else really has an answer to the question. This is a country that was built on immigrants and immigration, and it will continue to be that. So we just, I think, need to give folks grace and try not to run with the misinformation about what is happening and just try to meet folks where they are.
I think that's a big problem, misinformation about what's happening with Black and brown people that are in our country, should be home, should be taken care of, and have housing and food and things that we all need just to live. I mean, it's, nobody's asking for $1 million house, and consideration and care is, it should be natural. It should be natural. Another question.
You had mentioned about the language barriers. What type of program that you have for helping them and helping us to actually be able to communicate?
Thank you. I think actually Norman is a really good person to respond to this question because he's so much closer to the governor and to the plans right now for that. But our intention with that is to, really create the recommendation for government entities that come out of Harrisburg to reconsider and continue to revise their language access plan. Like I said, this is a federal mandate that anyone that really has funding from state and federal government must provide adequate language access services for non-English speakers. And because of that, what we want to see is, accountability on the side of government, and also any non-governmental institution that provides services, because when you think about service provision, what we want is to make sure that our communities whether that be, folks that are immigrating from Africa, Latin America, Asia, or any other continent, can have the same level of access to resources that everybody else who speak English do. So it's not a specifically a Latino issue, it's, an ESL, an English, as a second language issue. Yes, ma'am.
One more.
Well, my question is in regards to Title VI and Executive Order 13166, which talks about LEP, right?
The language access piece?
How any agency receiving federal monies must make provisions to assist people with a language barrier.
Correct.
Based on the census, the largest foreign speaking community that's identified within that city or what have you.
Any of them, really.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
anyone who's ELL.
And,
yeah.
and I agree. And then you did say that 390,000 people are being affected by this, correct? That
I
was one
mean,
of the statements that you
That
made.
is,
Okay.
yes, that is.
And then, but one of the things I also want to point out, that there's not only a disparity or a literacy issue with regards to LEP, there's a literacy issue with people who speak English, period. So I believe, and I don't know if you guys, if the state would agree, and everybody would agree that we need to make provisions to educate, do outreach, more outreach and education towards the people, not only who have language barriers, but also those who, and that includes Black, brown, pink, yellow, green people, right?
I agree. I agree. And that's definitely something that falls under the jurisdiction of the Department of Education, because that is an educational issue and there is a huge gap with that. I agree. And also, just so you know, ASL, or American Sign Language, also falls into this category. So folks that are, that live with that disability also fall under this category and require proper accommodations for that as well. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, I just wanted to make mention, in a previous life, I was a fire chief for Allegheny County. Where you should start in communication is with emergency management, emergency responders, and police officers. They don't care to communicate. Me as a chief, I forced my guys to learn basic Spanish, things like that, so that you can communicate. So that's where you have to get back to. I don't know what initiatives are going on now, but that's where you have to start. Somebody need a help, questions, simple directions. That's what's needed. Thank you.
I'm going to take off my commissioner hat and I'm going to put on my Allegheny County and Pittsburgh hat. I
There you
also
go.
work as the senior manager for community engagement at the Allegheny County Department of Human Services. And a lot of the work that I do, to respond to your question, it's directly related to the work that is happening at the office of the Allegheny County Executive. Where we are very much aware of these gaps in the services and very much are trying to build capacity to address the language access plan across government departments in Allegheny County. So you're welcome. Anything else?
So well, actually, we're out of time.
Okay.
Yep, we're actually out of
Stop
time.
picking on me.
Sorry. I let the other go a little longer, but this, we're running into our lunchtime and then to our luncheon speakers. So I want to keep us as close to on track as we can. I appreciate the questions, though. That's what this is all about. And I think that, as I said earlier when we were talking, it's about bringing our communities together. We've been doing this for 17 years. Right, Norman? And this is the first one in Pittsburgh. Usually we go to Harrisburg to do these. So we didn't do that this year. We're running out of steam a little bit. But this is wonderful to have everybody here. The questions are great. And we always have a dialogue going. So we'll continue this conversation. We want to keep the dialogue going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And let me just say, it's such an honor to be here, honestly, and stand in front of so many like movers and shakers and giants. And thank you so much for like blazing these trails for those of us who are new Americans, new Pennsylvanians, who are trying to also make Pittsburgh our home. I appreciate you.
You are welcome. So Never forget. So we did bless the food this morning, but they have brought lunch out. So we would like to go ahead and start with lunch. And once we get lunch, and if you can find your way back to your seats, we'll have our speaker just after we get settled. So you can go back and get what you'd like to eat. There's some sandwiches back there for everybody and some soup. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know we're about to eat lunch. I know everyone's excited having these conversations.
Can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention, please?
Thank you so much. Mrs. Roxanne has given me the pleasure to kind of talk in between because I don't want to interrupt your flow. But I met Mrs. Roxanne at her church, and I shared with her that I lost my son. It's going on the anniversary, October 4th, due to gun violence. God has put it on my spirit. My name is Fatima Olaleye. Everyone asked me, thank you. Everyone asked me, Fatima, where are you from? What company? I'm God's agent. And when I tell you that I've worked, I could tell you my resume, but God is telling me to remove my titles. I'll share with you this, and one thing I want to plant a seed, and I need you to take it further. Legacy. You're doing all this wonderful, powerful, impactful work. Where is your legacy? Who's going to continue? Who are you going to give the baton to? Please think about that. We're not thinking about that. I need another one of you. Legacy. Start thinking about that, planting that seed. Who's going to carry the torch that you have blazing right now? God put that in my spirit as I've been sitting here listening to everyone. But here's the real reason why I'm here. I lost my son October 4th of last year. My son was 33 years old. I kept battling with the fact that, God, really? I've been working with all these mothers losing their children to gun violence. Now I lose my baby? 33, he's still my baby, yes. He's my firstborn. And I kept asking God, why at 33? It's not until the VP of Howard Hanna She met me at the funeral home and said, Fatima, because I kept saying, God, I need a word for these young people. She told me, Fatima, Jesus died at 33. Are you kidding me? I'm not saying my baby was a Jesus, but we are all Jesus. We are all Jesus. However, my son on his own called me and said, Mom, I got baptized. I gave my life to Christ. I said, okay. That's just to remind you that God is in control. He created all of us for his purpose. That same walk that Jesus walked, we're walking it. Even Jesus battled. Even before he was put on the cross, he even said, God, do we really got to do this? Really, really, Father? He heard the silence and said, okay, we must proceed. It's not easy, but here, this is why I'm here. Lorenzo Boone is a Black playwright. Yes, he's with Gold Pyramid Screen and Stage, LLC. His theater company is all about social change. We have the play called The Awakening Play at the Carnegie Lecture Hall that's running now through October the 13th. It's about a young Black man, and no one's picked up the narrative about the young Black man. All we hear is about them dying in the streets, and it got to stop. And we're also hearing about the young ladies that are sitting next to them in the car or getting tragically taken out of here as well. But here's why I'm talking to you today. No one has picked up that young Black male narrative, and we're trying to change it. No more tragedy. If you come to this play, if you say, Fatima, I got 100 young men and women I want to bring to this play, I got you. Complimentary tickets. They got to see this impactful play. It's about Jason, a young Black male torn between the love of his family, grandma, girlfriend, get out of the gang, get out of the gang. There's no future in it. But he's also torn between the brotherhood and the gang. He has to make a decision that's going to impact his life forever. What is that decision going to be? We're changing the narrative. You got to come out and see this play. We're at Carnegie Lecture Hall. I was there last night. I'm going to be there tonight, and I'm going to be there on Sunday. It's Friday, Saturday, 7:30 p.m., Sunday, 6 p.m. We're asking schools, churches. I just got finished talking with Mayor Ed Gainey. He's on board. No one's ever picked up the young narrative about our young Black men. And I don't have to tell you the narrative of what's happening in our communities. You already know, but we got to do something. All hands on deck. Thank you. I'll send you the information. And for anyone who asks, I'll complimentary tickets for everybody.
So you can please continue to enjoy your food. Those that are still in line, get something to eat, please. But we need to get moving with our program. Our speaker was generous enough to give us some time to have some food, but we need to keep moving. As I invite our luncheon speaker today, Mr. Norman Bristol Cologne. Yes. Luther and I started in Harrisburg. One of the first people that we had the privilege of meeting was Norman. And whether this is the last roundtable or not, our relationships with many people in Harrisburg will continue. Always. It's a family thing that we look at, and we understand that as people of color go through this life, especially in Pennsylvania, we need to know where we live and who we live with and how to maneuver and work around to get what we need for all our people. English-speaking people, people born here, immigrants coming in that need to be welcomed, that we need to develop relationships with and help support. And Norman is one of those people. He opened his arms to us when we got to Harrisburg and welcomed us. He brought in the full force of Norman Bristol Cologne, and you all don't understand what that means, but the full force, and it's a whirlwind. He has done many things and accomplished much in his young life, and he will always be somewhere in Pennsylvania's government. Just continue to watch, because he's going to be there. Yeah. I have my eye on something for him. I don't know that he's interested, but you know. We'll talk about that too. But let me not neglect again to thank our sponsors. Please look at your programs, the signs on the walls. You know, they make this possible as well. They support us in the work that we do so that we can make our community stronger. And that is very important. I'll read you his title and see if you can glean once he starts talking to you about his soul and his personality, why he is the Commonwealth Chief Diversity Officer appointed by Governor Shapiro. When you hear him speak, you'll understand why he's in that position. The dynamicism, is that a word? Dr. Bullock, is that a word? I'm going to make them up as I go along. Welcome, my friend, Mr. Norman Bristol Cologne.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Before I provide you with some remarks, let me just take a time of privilege to thank Luther and Roseanne and publicly say, I love you guys. You know, today we talk about the impact, and we heard from the mayor and many others that Luther and Roseanne had and continue to have in the African American community of Pittsburgh. But if you are from Pittsburgh, you should know that they are universal, that their impact is beyond the boundaries of the city of Pittsburgh and the county of Allegheny. When we started this work, I was the director of the Governor's Latino Commission, and we didn't have any Latino mayors, no city council members, just one state representative in Harrisburg that was of Latino descent. And due to the work of Luther and Roseanne, we have two Latino mayors, two of them in the third and fourth largest city of Pennsylvania. So look at this powerful couple. The largest city in Pennsylvania is Philadelphia. The second largest is Pittsburgh. The third largest is Allentown. And the fourth largest is Reading. And all of them have mayors of color. All of them. And that is through the impact, collaboration, and partnership that we started when I was very young. So I feel like I have been growing up together with them. So my dear friends, you know that you have a piece of my heart. And as a man of color, we have to be, acceptance in always recognizing that we love from the heart. That it is okay for a man like me to tell Luther, I love you, brother. That it is okay, right? Because we need to do that more often in black and brown communities. And I'm going to end with this about Roseanne and Luther. I have such a great honor last year in Harrisburg on behalf of more than 1 million Latinos to recognize Luther and Roxanne for the work that they have done, impacting Pennsylvanians, impacting our nation, and impacting our world. So I love you, and I ask God to continue to bless you in whatever else you want to do. And I am so blessed to have both of you in my life. Thank you so much. Now let me provide you with some remarks that I think are extremely important, especially because today we are celebrating the 17th annual Black, Latino, and Asian Americans Roundtable. And I want to provide you with some numbers. Numbers because data shouldn't lie. And many times when we provide numbers, they get questioned because they come from the mouth of brown and black people. Well, let me provide you with it comes to voting. 50 million Asian and Pacific Islanders will be able to vote in this presidential election. 15. 34.4 million African Americans will be eligible to vote this November. 36.2 million Latinos will be eligible to vote in this presidential election. So, when you put together the African American, the Asian American Pacific Islanders, and the Latino community, 85 million voters in this presidential election. So you cannot deny that the road to the White House must go through our community. That we will be the one deciding who will occupy the highest office of the land. And that we have been doing that for many, many years. But this year, that is more important than ever. 85 million of our people will decide who's going to be occupying the most powerful office on earth. Let me give you other numbers. African American community population in the United States, 48 million and growing. 25 million Asian and Pacific Islanders, and 65 million Latinos. Combined, 138 million individuals that continue to grow. But this is the most interesting fact. The median age for Americans is about 39 to 41. Our brown and black community, they are the youngest community in the United States. So you and I know that the future of America looks more brown and black than ever before. So I shared these numbers with you, 48 million, 25 million, 65 million. Why? Because I want you to go back home and reject the notion that the United States is not a multicultural society, because indeed we are. 138 million people of color reside in what is now the United States of America. So we must reject that. Now let's talk about business and economy, because you and I know that sometimes in order for them to get it, we need to talk about money, right? Otherwise, they will not pay attention to our message. Because we have values beyond money. And we talk about family issues, and we talk about the importance of community empowerment. And they all care about is about money. Well, I have an answer for them. The purchasing power of the African American community of the United States is $1.8 trillion and growing. 1.8 trillion with a T. The Asian American Pacific Islanders purchasing power is $1.6 trillion and growing. The Latino community purchasing power is $3 trillion. But this is the most important thing out of all. When you combine African American, Asian American Pacific Islanders, and Latino, it is the purchasing power of more than $6 trillion. Which means that the number one economy in the world is the United States. The second is China. If we will be a country, those 138 million individuals that represent you and I, we will be the third largest world economy. So reject the notion out there that we are lazy. Reject the notion out there that we are not working hard. Reject the notion out there that we live out of food stamps. Reject the notion out there that we are not injecting every dollar that we earn into the American economy. So I want you to go back home and reject misinformation about Black, Asian, and Latinos. And I have provided you with those numbers. Also reject the notion that we haven't been working together since the founding of this nation. I know that you heard not long ago a person in a debate, and I'm not going to mention the name because we don't need to, right? We don't need to. In a debate, instead of building our community, there was a line specifically to divide us. When that individual talked about immigration, it was aligned to do damage, to inflict evil in our communities, because they know that if we come together every time in every election, we win. We win for the community. So, when Adriana was talking today about LEP and the Civil Rights Act and why this is so important to Pennsylvania government, let me be very clear. I have been in Selma, and if you haven't, you have to. So I have been following the civil rights movement and why we have been working together for so long. In that civil rights movement is when we have, in the Civil Rights Act, LEP must be provided to individuals with limited English proficiency. Remember, the mayor said that we must always remember our history. Well, when they try to divide us, you go back and you let them know that Blacks have been with Latinos and the civil rights movement from the beginning. From the beginning. Let me also mention this, because I think it's extremely important to the conversation that we are having here today. I was in the White House last week, celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month with the President and the First Lady and the nation's top Latino officials. And when I walk through that magnificent building that symbolizes so much about the American enterprise and the American democracy, I was walking into the hallways and only two pictures only two pictures attracted me to take pictures with. The first African American lady of the United States and the first African American president of the United States. And at that moment, I wrote this because this is an essay that I want to publicize. And the title of that essay is Two Men of Color in a White House. Reflections of the Obama presidency and the promise of America. I don't know about you, but when you go to the White House, I always question myself and question American society on how the president would have felt. How would he have trusted the Secret Service to provide him security when almost 50% of the nation wanted him to fail? You know, how can he debate individuals in that White House that want to deny the fact that slaves built that White House? You know, and I continue to question our values as a nation. How would he have felt when his two daughters were playing around in that field of the White House and somebody was possibly looking around to do damage to them just because they were black? You see, the Obama presidency was a step forward. But please always and every day be reminded that there is still a long way to go. That the civil rights movement of today might be different from 40 years ago, but the mission is not accomplished. That we must, especially this November 5th, go back to our communities and ensure that every brown and black eligible person to vote get out and vote. You know, I believe, and I know you believe, in the promise of America. And you know why I believe in the promise of America? Because by the blessing and grace of God, I can stand before you as the first Commonwealth Chief Diversity Officer. A kid who was born in the island of Puerto Rico to a single Afro-Latina mother with a 9th grade education. And I know the African American mothers in the room feel the same way as my mom. Even at my age today, she's the most protective person, and nobody's messing with her boys, right? Nobody's messing with her boys. So I remember growing up in the island so poor that you could kick the door of my house and it would go right open. And when I moved to Pennsylvania, I didn't even brought a penny in my pockets. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, why we are so different from the rest? Because they were full of hopes and dreams and aspirations. That is the promise of America that I'm talking about. And after arriving in Pennsylvania without knowing any English, I was able to learn as fast as possible. I got here at the age of 16, my senior year of high school, got accepted into Penn State University, graduated from the university, and you know what? That piece of paper leveled the playing field for me. Because you know, I went to school with some of the richest individuals on earth. And when they didn't have to worry about anything, I have to worry about if I have money for breakfast or for lunch, but not for both. I needed to work extra hard because English is my second language. I didn't have the connections that they brought to the university. So when I received that piece of paper, it leveled the playing field for me And now, with all the resilience and confidence, I am competing with them at the same level. At the same level. So this is the way that we need to raise our young brown and black kids. That yet, the circumstances might be different, but the destiny is the same. That when we put ourselves together to ensure the best days are still ahead of us as communities of color, indeed, with the grace and blessing of God, we will accomplish great things. I'm going to end up with this. At the university, I always had a picture of my mom. Always. In the nightstand, in my pocket, when I will deliver a speech. Always. And I will look at the picture of my mom, and I will always say, Mom, because of you, I'm here. And because of you, I'm going to make it. Well, I have never forgotten where I come from. So even when the days get tough in the work that I do on a daily basis, I still look at that picture of my mom. And now I say, Mom, because of you, we made it. And because of you, we are going to continue to make it. Right? So let's go back to our communities. Let's reject division and hatred. Let's make sure that we understand that they look at me and at you the same way, that they talk in our backs about the same things the same way, that they do respect us the same way. So let's leave the nonsense on them. Because a lot of things make sense to us. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Yes. We have to give that young man love. Let's do it again, please. Yeah, let's hear it. You know, when you see young men and you know he's in a position in government, as I said, you haven't seen the last of him. So keep your eye out for Norman Bristol Cologne in Pennsylvania government and maybe further. So we are behind. I apologize. The accolades earlier that left me dumbfounded and speechless threw us a little bit off. But everybody's here. All the rest of our panelists are here, and we're excited to hear from everybody. So we'll get moving. There's one young man that's on the program that he agreed to come and share some time with us this Saturday, which is not always an easy thing to get. Dr. Frank Guyette, okay, professor of emerging medicine at the University of Pittsburgh, medical director of STAT Med Evac. So we can kind of get the idea of what that is. That's emergency all the way around. Research is a specialty of his in resuscitation, and wait for it. Everybody listening? AI. That's the new buzzword. Okay, artificial intelligence. What is that going to do for medicine in the next generation? That to me is where I see the most positive impact of AI is medicine. The other things kind of scare me, you know, what they can put on the internet and what they can do with that and the other. But medicine is kind of exciting to me. And the other young lady that's in your book, Dr. Raquel Tripp, you can read just a small portion of her bio. That's a small portion of his too, believe me. And I read his because it's not in the program. He was generous enough to come share with us, but the program was done. But Dr. Raquel Ford, she's our therapist that's going to sit and chat with us about what's happening with our young folks and the people that she sees in the mental health arena, which is so important. And hopefully she can share with us that that's not becoming the black eye it used to be, and that people are seeking help when they need some. So we appreciate if you three could come to the platform, please. Appreciate it.
Well, I would say good afternoon to everyone and Buenos tardes. I will join up with the National Hispanic Heritage Month going on right now. Big up for that. And thank you. And I guess Roxanne put the microphone in my hand. So yes, yes. So yes, Dr. Tripp and Dr. Gayet. And so definitely we are open to any questions that you have. So, Dr. Gayet and I are both emergency medicine physicians and also work within the communities. And so um, talking about different things that are going on. And so one of the things I would say, especially when we're talking about maternal health care. And so that was one of the things that Roxana brought up to me that I wanted to address. So one of the organizations that I'm currently involved in, and I would say Frank and I both work at UPMC, and so I'm still clinical, so I still work at McGee and St. Margaret's. So I work with a lot of Black mothers, and recognizing that especially for Black mothers are dying 3 to 4 times more than white mothers, and really kind of going through the root cause of why that is happening. And a lot of that is happening really during the interpartum, which is basically when a person is in labor, they're in hospital, and postpartum, when they have delivered the baby within that year after delivery. And so, one of the things that we have found, especially when we're looking at provider bias and thinking about strategies on how we can address that, because that's something, especially if you've ever watched the movie Aftershock. I hope some of you have. If you have not, it is a great movie. It's on Hulu, but it really features and showcases the Black mothers, unfortunately, who have died while they were in the hospital or did not make it to the hospital, or there was health care that was not given that was fully appropriate to address these needs. And the most frequent, I would say, issue that a lot of the families said that they felt they weren't listened to. So one of the strategies that we're having is really providing education to our providers, understanding what implicit bias is, and then having strategies to really intervene and listen to our patients. So really developing more communication strategies. I will say that especially, as physicians, we are human also. So we have the same challenges, when it comes to relationships, it comes to sleeping, comes to eating, that can really, I would say, highlight and showcase a lot of our biases to come out. And so trying to figure out more ways that we can really impress upon, and even from the medical school. So when we're looking at medical school education, really integrating that into the medical school of understanding community with engagement, the importance of really making sure that community leaders are at the table who are making any policies, and then also making sure that we're listening. So I would say that's at least my start.
I know you all heard from me earlier talking about what I do in the community. So someone asked me what my PhD in. My PhD is actually in community engagement. However, I am a licensed social worker by day and a therapist by night. So some of the what Ms. Roxanne asked me to talk about is talk about what is talk therapy, right? I know that you just stated that people don't feel like they're heard. Well, people come to me to be heard, and also taught to learn how to advocate for themselves through attending talk therapy. But also, attending talk therapy helps them to get an unbiased, not opinion, but be able to speak to someone who's not going to be biased while speaking back to them, but actually able to help them to navigate life and what they may be experiencing at a time. There's a lot of stigma around the Black and Brown community when it comes to mental health treatment. And we know that it all started way before any of us was born, right? We could think about the Tuskegee Project, right? When that's when Black people really stopped trusting the medical system, really didn't want to talk to anyone that didn't relate to them. So I know that a lot of people come to, they want to seek therapy, but there's no therapist that looks like them. So that there is no therapist that looks like them, and that it's a shortage in us here in Allegheny County for sure, but it's a shortage around America of Black therapists and those who are willing to do the work in therapy because of the things that we face when we are trying to establish ourselves as therapists, the hours that they want us to have to be able to reach each level of becoming a licensed social worker, a licensed clinician. When there's people out there that needs us, and we do the work, and we've been in the work for a very long time. I did say that people want someone who looks like them, right? Someone who could relate to them, someone who could help them to navigate what they've experienced and be able to give them advice of how to make it through. Someone who has been in their seat. So I wanted to give us a little bit of statistics. Globally, there's 1 in 8 people who are living with a mental health illness. Since COVID, the number has increased. The number of anxiety and depression has increased to 25%. We could probably all say that we experienced a little bit of anxiety through the pandemic because we didn't know what was going to happen. We were all clueless of what was going to happen during that time. I'm trying to think what else. Okay, I'll pass.
Pass the mic.
Hi, thank you all. So one of the questions that I was asked was to talk about how AI is changing research in healthcare. And the thing is that, just like any other tool, I heard a mention that, a bit scared of it, right? And it's something new. And, we're scared of things that are new and are unknown, and you've all faced that before. And the thing about AI is that it's really, in many ways, it's just fancy statistics. But it gives us tools that we've never had before. And one of the things that we do in medicine is that we look at a population, we look at a whole group of people, and we make a best guess based on how that population responds, and that's how we decide what treatment is necessary for our patients. And unfortunately, we guess wrong. And there's lots of great examples because African Americans, because Native Americans, Pacific Islanders, Hispanic Americans have not traditionally been involved in research. Some of those guesses that we make are wrong. And in fact, there's a very popular heart drug that came out in the 1990s. And if you have a heart stent put in and you're on that heart stent, we give people that drug so that it prevents clots from building up on the heart stent. But what we didn't know, because we didn't study it in African Americans, because we didn't study it in Hispanics, because we didn't study it in Asians, is that many people in the African American community and the Asian community in particular don't have the enzyme to make that drug useful. And it was ineffective in those people because they didn't have that enzyme. And we didn't know that because we didn't know enough about the communities of color. And the same thing will happen with AI unless we have appropriate representation of the populations, because as these fancy statistical models get built, we need to have representative people in those models so we know how to treat individuals. The other thing that I think is really important to consider is that a lot of the models that we use are not specific to medicine, right? And you've seen things like ChatGTP where they scrape the internet and they bring in all the information that's available on the internet. Well, how much information about African American communities, about Hispanic communities is misinformation, right? So we need to make sure that as we build these models that we're not imparting the bias that exists in the population today. So it's really, really important for communities of color to understand AI so that they're not afraid of it, so that they're standing up and they're being part of it, right? That they're learning, they're contributing to it so that we get it right and that we identify those areas of bias and we try to get rid of them.
So I'm not sure when we want to, take questions from the audience. Oh, yes.
Test it.
Because our groups are already fearful of what's happening because of the past. Ask my question, I am. What's being done to help these groups of people to be involved where we can actually trust the process and know that we are included in a way whereby what's being presented, what's being written about us is actually not misinformation that's going through. What's being done? Can you speak to that?
I think it's really challenging. So I think that because of legislation about research, we have to trust our institutions. And I know sometimes our politicians have really tried to push us against our institutions, but we have to trust our institutions like the FDA because they do build in protections. If I do research, I'm required to make my populations representative, that I'm required to bring in the African American community, bring in the Hispanic community, the Asian community. The other thing that I think is really important is that when we do these studies, when we bring these studies out to the community, we need input from members of all colors, all groups, to make sure that we're representing things that are that fit with your values. And we are very fortunate here in Pittsburgh to have the CRAB, the Community Research Action Board, which is a fantastic group of people that help us be a sounding board or get a sounding board from members of the African American and the Hispanic community so that we get insight into the things that are important and that we're representing you in the right way. The thing that I think is really challenging is that a lot of the work that's, if the work's being done in a university, if the work is federally funded, those protections are in place and those requirements are in place. But the work that might be being done by large corporations like Google or Apple, I think they're trying, but they may not have the same incentives that we do in academia.
Good afternoon. My name is Burton Kaminsky. I'm the school director of City of Duquesne. My question deals with one you touched on about young people being given psychotic drugs through the education system. The only problem that I see with that is when these youth no longer attend the school system, they're out on their own. They're like being weaned off these drugs with no help. There needs to be, and you can probably address this, a functionality to help and explain to these young youth what they need to do when they're no longer being drug fed through the school system. Thank you.
Okay, so school systems aren't diagnosing kids with mental health disorders or prescribing them medication. that's being prescribed through a PCP or through a psychiatrist. The school system is able to offer talk therapy through school-based therapy and also able to assist the families in learning how to navigate the mental health system. So with that, I believe that it starts with the parent to become educated on what their child is experiencing, and also to be able to learn if their child to be able to navigate different avenues before their child is put on any kind of medication. To know that if to be able to understand if their child is being overdiagnosed or underdiagnosed as well. Really being able to do the research and really equip them with the psychoeducation around what's happening with their child. So it's not up to the child to be able to make that decision, although legally at the age of 14, a child could say if they want to take their medication or if they want to quit mental health therapy. That's the law. I believe that's something we should advocate to change because we know that um, brains aren't developing until at the age of 26. Right. So I don't know if that's the right age to say that a child can make a decision that could impact their lives. But the education system isn't making a decision where the child should be able to take the medication. That's being done by a medical profession and by a parent coming to a consensus that that's what a child needs. So I think it starts with the psychoeducation with the parents.
You made a good point where you said that the child isn't old enough to make that decision. How do you feel about making a decision about gender under the age of 18?
Oh, that is out of my wheelhouse.
I mean, it was for all three. It's a mental health thing too, you know what I mean? So that's why I asked. It's mental health.
Related to mental health.
I mean, and overall health, period.
I mean, I would say, to be honest with you, that's a very difficult question and very individualized because I will say that, especially having family members of my own that have had a gender transition. And I will say that my family members who have had that gender transition, I could see it at a young age at like 6, 5. But however, I didn't know what to call it or what was going on. But however, I knew that there was something different with my cousins. And there was a feeling of not being comfortable of doing things that society normalizes as this is gender based. You need to play with these toys. You need to act this certain way if you're a boy or a man. You need to act this certain way if you're a woman. And so I do think that there is an understanding that there's something that really with psychologically and really with a physiological understanding with your body. And I think it takes development to really know that and also to recognize what the education is around that. And I think especially when we're looking at our transgender communities, that a lot of times where do we build our biases? These are built from when we're children, who we're raised by, where we're raised. And so if I'm not in a very diverse population and I'm having these feelings, I may not be comfortable to express that because I'm not in an environment that is welcoming or including of that. Compared to if I'm in an environment where it's very diverse, I'm seeing multiple different things where now I can call and name that because that's what's around me. So I will say that at least, and I'm just going from my personal, not Dr. Tripp hat, but I think it's very difficult to really understand where in that journey of a person's life where they finally come to that acceptance of that, this is who I am. And, and even as a woman, I would say just, I was a tomboy growing up. And so, and my mother, I would run away from dresses and stuff like that. But however, however, I still always felt like I was a woman. But so I can't really speak to someone that feels outside of the gender from the sex that they were born with. But however, talking to those transgender patient populations, being cognizant that everyone has a right to really be themselves. And we should accept how people want to be. And when I see patients who are transgender, trans male, trans female, that, I always ask them, what pronouns would you like me me to address you as? What is the name that you prefer? Because you want people to feel respected. And to feel that respect, you need to give that respect for you to receive that respect. And so that's just my personal.
I also want to say one of the terms that I've been familiarizing myself with is intersex. I don't think that it's discussed enough, and a lot of people in the past may have said intersex was hermaphrodite, but it's really more so. And you all probably could speak more to this because it's more of what the body is made up of, and how people feel around that. But I will say that in my daytime job as a social worker, I work in child welfare. And one of the populations who are often put off into the community is those youth who are dealing with identity, their sexual identity. We call it sexual orientation, gender identity expression. Um, and that they are often forgotten about, pushed out into the community, and need someone to support them. So what I would do as a therapist is as someone come to me struggling with their sexual orientation, gender identity expression, is to support them, to help them to learn who they are and how to advocate for themselves and to affirm who they are for themselves so that they could feel that they could walk in power and walk in who they are. Um, we are taught to love one another for who they are, not to love what we think is wrong about them, but to love them. So I would encourage people to learn from someone who is learning who they are through their sexual orientation, gender identity expression, um, and just meet them where they're at.
I got another question right here.
Now, this one is in relation to the opioid treatment as it relates to mental health. What I'm seeing is from certain treatment facilities, the opioid treatment programs are just licensed drug dealers. And why do I say that? I know a couple, and we would know it because many of us and many people in legislation haven't had to deal with what these individuals have dealt with. So they have no clue how, withdrawal symptoms are, how things work. And there are certain individuals that are committed to quitting, right? And what I've been noticing is these individuals, when they request to be weaned off, right? Especially when it comes to Suboxone, methadone, right? When they request to be weaned off because they're ready to quit, they want to do it for the best of their abilities, for their families, for community, for whatever, for their own self-esteem. They have no problems raising the dosages, but they have problems bringing them down. Now, in one instance, you have now introduced an injection that's slow released, right? And what they're doing is trying to switch everyone over to this $2,200 injection form on a monthly basis, right? From $150 when there are no dirty urines. They're attending group therapy. They're attending counseling sessions. They are following their goals. So there's no real need to switch them over to the slow release form. Never mind that slow release form, once it leaves your system, the urges come back, right? So how can we advocate to ensure that the people that wish to be weaned off, how can we regulate these facilities better to ensure that they are not becoming licensed drug dealers? The idea is to not keep, but to have them become counselors for the greater good. How can we advocate on that behalf to change legislation to ensure that that's done?
Before you answer that, just so everybody knows, when we ask a question, we got to ask the question, and we have to make it quick because we want all the panelists to ask. And it's not just you. I mean, we all did that. But just so from now on, just right to the question, if you don't mind. And go ahead, Pamela. You can answer that, please.
I think that that's when we're talking about advocacy, I think that's really getting to know who represents us. So we could talk about this forever, but we know that it's a legislation thing and we know that it's something that is around insurances and what insurances are going to cover, and also the education of those who represent us in the state house, those who represent us on a local level, to be able to um, talk to those and educate those who are making the decisions around these medications and around pharmaceutical companies, right? So we want to make sure that people are getting the proper education around the medication that they're taking as well. And also knowing that people use substances because they are dealing with something, right? So really being able to learn what the underlying need is of the use of the substance. What happened to you that you are using this substance, and what are you trying to cover up in using this substance? So really being able to equip the people with the proper coping skills as they are weaning off, and being able to provide them with the proper resources that if they feel like they need to use, where should they go? But I think it really starts with you're talking about advocacy, really being able to speak to those who represent us, going to going to meetings that's happening around the community. There's a lot of money out there for opiate use disorder, right? So we want to be able to talk to those people who are distributing the money to those companies too, and being able to have focus group, talk about the focus groups that we can have around how we see that these drugs are being distributed to those that they're being distributed to, and making sure they are educated around what they're taking into their bodies. Rico.
My question has to do with depression in young children as well as seniors. Um, Young children are dismissed, and so are seniors. It's like get over it, or but we look at the society that the children are growing up in. They are dealing with a lot of trauma that's not being not being recognized. I'll put it that way. And seniors, it's like, oh, you're in the early stages of dementia. So, you don't want to have people talking about seniors and kids like that. How can, where do you go to get help for those two groups? It seems like everybody in the middle has access, but seniors and little kids, and I'm saying third grade down, don't seem to have those kinds of access. Where do you go for that?
Okay, so where do you go to it? You come to me. No, but really, you seek out a therapist that can be able to help you to navigate whatever you're experiencing. It may not always be depression. Um, I think a lot of what you're saying has to deal with stigma, and that people, and when I say stigma, is that I think it's stigma and a lack of knowledge. People want to tell you just to get over it, or it's just something that's little that you're going through, and that you're making a small problem big. But trauma, and you talked about trauma. So trauma, what happened to you? You and I both could be in a car accident, right? It could just be a little bumper, hit on a bumper, right? And it could be the most um, traumatic thing or devastating event to you, and I'm just like, okay, someone hit the back of the car, let's keep going, we're not hurt, you know. But everyone experiences something different, so everyone's experience may not look the same. So that may be the people that are having this that's having this conversation, is that it's minimum to them, but it's so much bigger to someone else, right? Our youth, I feel like our youth are more aware of their or what they're experiencing through mental health, and they're often self-diagnosing. So, and it has a lot to do with social media, TikTok. You could go on TikTok and say signs of depression. It's going to give you a ton of stories of what someone experienced with depression. So it's really being able to get in front of the right person. And start, that could start with your PCP. Your PCP could be the person that you say, hey, this is what I'm experiencing. What do you think my next steps are? Or this is what I see in my grandchild. What do you think the next steps are for my grandchild to get the help that they need?
That was a good segue into what you were about the AI and stuff like that. Can you touch a little bit on that with the socials and AI and stuff like that?
Sure. If I understand the question, how would AI change our access to mental health care? Um, and that's actually a really great point. That is something where we have the ability through things like a large language model to take a listen to somebody's symptoms and help focus on a diagnosis. But it's really what we call a decision support tool, right? It doesn't make the diagnosis. You still need that human connection. You still need a therapist. And even though we can train a computer to sound like a person and we can train a computer to say the right things, it's not the same. It's not the same as that personal contact. So that, as a tool to be able to get on your computer and talk to a large language model or to an artificial intelligence and say, am I depressed? It might give you the right answer. But I really don't think we're at the point now where it could solve the problem. And I think that, maybe the best use of that type of technology is to help you navigate to somebody like Dr. Ford.
A man of many hats. My question is very simple. When are we going to integrate holistic medicines into the options of medical or pharmaceutical um, approaches? How do we, as people are culturally oriented to grandma's remedies that now work, they've measured it, they've researched them, and the same contents that's in the pharmaceuticals at the minimal degree is what we're told and taught from a spiritual, that the food, the plants will be used for food and medicine. So when do we start leaning towards that, using herbal medicines, even though they're not regulated? That's the key there, the FDA regulation. But how do we begin to look at examining the natural approach?
I apologize, but 2 minutes for the answer so we get through all the questions, if you don't mind. And he got the sign, so when he shows it.
No problem, no problem. So I think that definitely is a great question. I will say that depending upon different cultures, the different holistic medicines that are involved, the issue is that when we look at the testing, so when we're talking about FDA has 4 different stages of testing that we have not done with holistic medicines. So in order to ensure the safety and the efficacy, that's what we need to do with the research. So I think once the research with holistic medicines, and I will say that there's plenty of many holistic medicines that, however, have not been as the standard of efficacy for everyone. And that's why the research is so important, and also making sure that we're having a diverse population for that research to see how that interaction is. Now, I will say that especially when looking at aspirin, aspirin was something that was a holistic medicine that was found, especially with Native Americans, and so that was something that was incorporated in. And I would say, especially looking at the Amazon, that's one of the great things of why we're trying to conserve the Amazon, is that there's different therapies within that, that we still don't fully understand or know yet. So definitely, I would say the research is up and coming. We just need to make sure that it's safe for individuals, for everyone, because everyone does not respond the same way to different medications. And even for the medications that FDA approved, I can order this medication for this person and they can have a different response to it than another person. So I will say that definitely there is research looking into holistic medicines to incorporate. But again, that's going to be taking incentive from, I would say a lot of the pharmaceutical companies to do that research, in academia to do that research too. And so, and really driving that force, so that's why I would say that definitely it's in the making, but I would say that there's so many different holistic medicines. And I will say that even as a physician, I don't know all of them because there's so many. And so that's why I rely upon my patients to tell me what they are. And then I will basically try to look up what has this been researched upon, what are, the side effects, what are the things that it's supposed to do. And so I'll look that up myself. But however, I will say that there's so many that there needs to be more research for that.
So I have to cut you off right there. I apologize. This is the last question for this panel. It is my fault because time has passed. So we have to get to the next panel. So after the answer to this question, then we're going to go to the next panel. And I apologize.
This question is specifically to Dr. Tripp. 60% of Black women of childbearing age between 18 and 40 live in states where abortion has been banned or limited. So that's significant. How can we be proactive in terms of understanding how to work with community-based clinics, community centers, things of that nature, to ward off what potentially could be genocide in Black communities across the country?
Sure. So I would say that, unfortunately, dealing with legislation and now state laws dictating this. And so we have different states, and you've seen different community organizations that are basically giving money to women to cross the state border to really practice however they want to have the right of their body. And I will say that, as we're talking about advocacy, it's really fighting the legislation, making sure that we are voting for people who are going to be for us, who are making these decisions about us. And, and that's the number one foundation. Now, I will say that when it's coming to now the increase of people having abortions that are not safe, and, and that's leading to mortality increasing. And so recognizing, and the problem is that for the providers, because there's a legal and lawful standpoint, we can lose our license if we do try to really engage. And so that's why a lot of, resources have been into educating for safe sex practices, increasing with birth control, or, looking at different ways to get people to where they need to be if that's the decision they want to do to have an abortion. That, and I will say that it's even looking at the education for our residents, our OBGYN residents, that we've, that is something that is integrated into OBGYN residents to do an abortion. Because a lot of times, even with an abortion, working at McGee, it may be due to someone that is elective, meaning they're deciding one, or their health is in jeopardy and they need to get that abortion. And that's where I think we don't have as much understanding on the legislation side, on the lawmakers, of automatically thinking that this is a person that just basically does not want this baby, that there are a multitude of different reasons that a person is thinking about having an abortion. And we need to be cognizant of that, and also recognizing that the baby will not survive without the mother. If any mother is coming into me with McGee with any type of, I would say critical life-threatening, I'm focused on the mother. And so I think we need to change who we vote in to then recognize that that will then change what the policy will be. But until we're able to do that or remove the people who are making decisions that are not, we're going to have to be finding these other strategies around that and going and making sure that those states that are still upholding it, they stay upholding that. It does. It all comes back to voting. That's right. November, everybody. November. Yes, this is a critical decision. All your votes make an impact. So when I talk to people and they're like, oh, I just don't feel like I need to vote. And I'm like, I will tell you one thing. If you don't vote, nothing will happen. So.
That's right. I'm sorry, I had to step out for a little bit and I missed the majority of this panel, but I can't thank you all enough for coming and sharing because, yeah, it's critical information. Oh, there you go. Get the smiles, Rico. Oh. Thank you all again for coming. So again, let's get moving with the next panel. We're talking about some training. Where are the jobs? What's coming down the pike? And we have some folks here today to share some information with us that's going to help us get there. We got, if you met him a little bit earlier, Mayor Jojo Burgess, NEO trainer for the United Steelworkers. I'm not sure I still understand what that means, but we're going to figure it out today. And our distinguished Dr. Quentin Bullock, president of the Allegheny County Community College. Distinguished young man. Excellent facility. I don't know if you all have watched the growth of Allegheny County's community college. Outstanding programs. Come on up, you're welcome. And David Lovelace, come and share with us, International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. And last time that we had him speak with us, he introduced a whole number of things that he's part of. Where'd you, oh, there you go. I mean, you can't miss him, right? I mean, big young brother. So I'm going to hand this mic over, and Rico will bring the other one over that you guys can share. I'm sorry? See, I need all the help I can get, don't I? Will it buzz if I can move over? Oh, okay. No, I'm just going to, again, Dave Lovelace, Dr. Bullock, Mayor Jojo Burgess. I'll ask them to just give a brief intro to what, what your allied trades mean.
Sure, yeah.
Likewise, and then we'll start some questions.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm David Lovelace, and a great introductory. Thank you very much. I work for the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. I am a glazer by trade. I got in the field working 18 years ago. I've been in this position now for 4 years. I am a business representative for the glazers. I represent the International Union here in Pittsburgh, and we cover 32 counties in Pennsylvania, but we are nationwide. So I got brothers and sisters in every state pretty much that supports union. I hate to be that way, but I'm a union man too and two. So just that's my quick introduction.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Quentin Bullock, president for the Community College of Allegheny County. We are a multi-campus institution serving about 31,000 students across the county and over 100 programs focused on workforce development as well as transfer to our four-year colleges and universities. What are some of the new initiatives that we're doing at CCAC? This past January, we officially opened our new Center for Education, Innovation, and Training that is home for building automations, mechatronics, cybersecurity, robotics, and a new School of Culinary Arts, designing a number of programs that are short-term, closely aligned with business and industry, including apprenticeships, certificates, and upskilling initiatives. We have demonstrated our ability to bring businesses in, help us develop the curricula, provide us specialized certifications that one can get short-term with the laddering ability from certificate to associates to bachelor's, and it is making a positive difference across our community.
Again, my name is Mayor Jojo Burgess, but the mayor's job is just my moonlight job. I'm a 22-year steel worker.
Yeah.
The NEO, Roxanne,
Okay.
stands for New Employee Orientation at U.S. Steel, which I used to train the new employees. Now I transitioned to another job, but I still work in organized labor. Just came off of working the Pitt Staff Union campaign, which the steel workers were successful in organizing 6,300 new staff workers at the University of Pittsburgh. We just got that notification yesterday. However, like I say, I have a moonlighting job as mayor. And that's been good for me because I've been able to help in the community. Even with some of the help of some other labor unions, I've had job fairs down in the city of Washington in areas where they are predominantly black. I brought the jobs to the black community. Hey, don't tell me there's nothing out there for you. I bought them there. here's something else that I just am very proud of, a meeting we just had last Wednesday in the city of Washington. It's going to go towards diversifying our first responders in our fire department. We changed some of the requirements for individuals in the city of Washington to become firefighters and leveled that playing field so that we could get more people of color to apply to be a firefighter. In the city of Washington, we have not had a firefighter of color in over 40 years. Luckily for me, I have a chief that understands I want to diversify not only my fire, but my police also, but we are working towards that. So we are continuing to partnership with people to do things like that. Another thing that I also would have to mention is I do a lot of work with the Johnson Shaw Foundation. That is they're out of Charleroi, Pennsylvania. Of course, we all know where Charleroi is at, but we don't get to hear about the good stories that we have there, but we have one. The Johnson Shaw Foundation works with previously incarcerated people, working to get union jobs or skilled union jobs with the different internationals of the union that don't look at your past. I am now in a position where I can try to get people to quit looking and making something that you did when you were 18 be a life sentence. And we have to be able to pivot from that because guess what? Not all of us are going to be able to go to college. Not all of us are equipped to do that or want to do that. So they have to have other options. And one thing that I am happy about, even as a still worker before getting in elected offices, working on criminal justice reform and doing things that make it so that people that look like me that have a misstep as a youth does not penalize them for the rest of their life.
Get it? Yeah, I got it. So, okay, y'all, think of your questions. So, and I'll come around the room to you. But I wanted to get started. Okay, we got one here, one, okay. Woo, quick, with the quickness, you guys. So I'd like to start off with my question, and that is, a little bit from each of you, please, because we have two union representatives and we have a college representative. Our community college, I graduated from community college in '75 on the north side. And it has grown, so it's amazing to me, the programs that are offered now. So I'd like to look at the future and say it's not always a 4-year degree anymore. Hasn't been for a while. Our unions open up a world of possibilities, and our community college now offers a world of possibilities. So looking to the future as a glazer and as the community college and as a steel worker, where do you see your employment going? Or is it going to be, are you welcoming new glazers? And when you were here before, you talked about more than the glazers, yeah. So share with us where you see this future going so we don't keep thinking, oh, well, I can only do this and this is the only thing that's available. I know that you guys know there's a lot more things that are available now to everybody. Thank you.
No, those are great questions. 2 minutes, I got you. Okay, so I'll do quick as I can. So when we are the IUPAT, we cover 3 trades, right? We cover painting, we cover drywall finishing, and we cover glazing, which is architectural metal and glass. We are earn as you learn program. So our glazing is a 4-year apprenticeship, okay? And it is free. You do pay no money, okay? You just need to have our requirements are, as of now, but are changing, is a valid driver's license and a high school diploma or a GED. Now, we are pushing to get rid of both. We just want, if you want to come in and be able to earn and learn, and you want to work with your hands, which AI cannot take away your hands and your skill level. So understand that this job will be around without AI. Okay, so, but we provide the training for commercial painters, industrial painters, bridge painters. We supply the training for the drywall finishing and the glazing. Now, these are all finished trades. So this is something that you could come in with no knowledge and start at a decent wage, and you can grow to what we call journeyman, which everyone here is familiar with, and it'll change your life forever. Now, back to, we are busier than we've ever been busy. There's more work happening in this city, around and in Pittsburgh, especially in Oakland right now, than we can maintain. We just need people that want to commit to the understanding of, you have to go through a grind to get to the position that you want. But you're going to grind. You're going to grind. You're going to crawl before you walk, right? I mean, that's what it is. But pretty soon, if you crawl, I guarantee you're going to be sprinting, because we have great wages and great benefits. And I'm going to keep under the 2 minutes, but I appreciate your time.
For the community college, what we are seeing is that no one wants 2 years as the only way to get a credential. So we've had to rethink, repackage, redesign how we deliver instruction. 8-week classes, where you're able to take 8-week classes, which is it's the same amount of time in contact, and you're able to take fewer, but the same number over a whole semester. Provides increased retention and also the ability to focus on fewer initiatives. In regards with partnering with our trades, we work collaboratively with the trades. They have the option of doing a certificate for credit, where they're able to earn college credits that they can later use and come back to the college to earn a degree in estimating or construction management. Um, we're also working with the National Coalition for Certification, which is a specialized national organization that connects us with business and industry to develop specialized certificates that are non-credit, where the non-credit includes all of the required competencies that align with the credit course, where they're able to translate the non-credit into credit courses should they desire to continue earning the educational credential. And then the last thing that I will mention is that we're creating pathways from high schools, where students are able to start their education readiness to complete significant numbers of college credits as well as career exposure, so that it's creating a more direct pathway into careers where we are able to project the number of individuals coming through.
And of course, I get the difficult question first because I work at U.S. Steel, and we know the big fight that's going on with U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel and some of the things that are happening. However, I'm proud to be a steel worker because you know why? We are a very diverse group. And again, we just picked up 6,000 members here at the University of Pittsburgh. With that diversity says that if there is job loss, and I'm not saying there's going to be, there's still somewhere to go. You know, when you have diverse companies that have people that, and you have a good work history, you will be picked up. Some of us have, this is all we've known. We didn't go to school or anything like that. We've been in these mills working in manufacturing, doing what we can. But we have to also remember too, with automation and artificial intelligence and new ways of doing things, we have to prepare ourselves for the jobs of the future. And that's something that happens with being steel workers. We do invest in those type of job trainings and things like that. When our employees, like I said, we just lost 375 jobs in the Valley in the last couple of weeks down in Charleroi, Pyrex company. What? Pyrex. Dishes. Yeah. Corning Industry that was down in Charleroi. You know, and the reason why we lost that is because they have they were bought by a company that has a mill in Ohio that they could take on that capacity, so they don't need those jobs. But they have different types of levels of investment that might be a problem with them moving out of Charlotte, because as steel workers and as advocates for workers, the state has invested in our manufacturing in the state of Pennsylvania. We're not going to let you take that money that was invested in Pennsylvania and move it to Ohio. We're going to continue to use our collective voice to make sure that we continue to fight for all the workers that we have around here. But again, with the diversity we have, I'm not worried about getting a job, because we'll be able to find that and continue to have that. we ain't got nobody beating our doors down right now. There's jobs out there for people to have.
Nice. Okay.
Okay. Burton Kaminsky, School Director, City of Duquesne. My question for you fellows is, recently, we put students in Steel Valley, the tech schools in the Mon Valley area. We're only limited to a certain number. If that number is met, there could be 5, 1, or 10 students who are sitting there going, is there ever going to be a program, okay, to bring these youth into the trades without having to be limited to their number in the tech schools?
I had a job fair, like I said, down in the city of Washington, where I partnered with a lot of the trades for that. That already happens. There's my little cousin went to Charleroi High School. He took up welding down in the Mon Valley Low Tech. The iron workers was ready to hire him on the spot as a senior in high school to come and get into their apprenticeship program. The programs are there. It's just getting access to those programs because, just like Mr. Lovelace said, the jobs are there. We have the work. They're going into some of these high schools with some of these programs with kids and saying, hey, look, come, we'll start paying you now, let you learn now to have that. It's just getting access to some of those schools and probably getting contacts with people to bring that into your students so they can have something to be able to get a hold of. And I know that the carpenters do that. Like I said, the iron workers, they are all looking at high school seniors and saying, hey, look, if college is not what you want to make some money, here we are. I'm sure you guys are doing the same or something similar to that.
Yeah, I'll touch on that. So I hate to I know you come from the school line, but sometimes guidance counselors push more for college than they do for construction trades. And I'm not knocking any school district or whatever. And I know my parents pushed for me to go to college, right? I get it. But my thing is to put the information out is for those children that may not, I'm not saying they're not bright students, but they may not make it in the education world. They can make it with their hands and their mind as far as just developing a skill that no one can ever take away from you. You'll use it in the workforce, and then you'll use it in your own home, in your mother's home or your father's home, So as far as the program goes, we do deal with apprenticeships, and we do, like we talk about VOTEC and Career Center schools. Those are easy to talk with. It's the high schools that sometimes don't really push towards the trades because you're looked as a failure if you work in the construction field in some people's eyes. I'm not saying all, but I just want to put the reality in the room is that if you're a construction worker, you're a failure. And I put my paycheck up against anybody in any place about what we make so that we can take care and raise families through your hands. You're not a bad person that you go work in a construction field. But to your question is, yes, we are there, and I'll get your information. Anyone that has information will go and make it happen and introduce ourselves to any school that would like for that to happen. Thank you.
I'd like to, did you want to share, Dr. Bullock?
I'll share one thing. We just secured a grant to introduce middle school, high school students into the trades.
Oh, wow.
And it would be a year-round initiative.
Excellent.
It's to expose them to the different types of trades. The trade unions are the ones that will select the students when they're ready for that next step, but to make them aware of the various types of trades and to provide them the foundational courses. I would also say the way that I approach when young men and women speak about college, the traditional college may not be your path, but some level of college is. Communication, technology, and building those soft skills, which is always critical and essential. And should you change and want to progress within any organization, many times there's some type of credential that will be required. And that's where the community college partners with business industry and the trades to assist them in earning that credential.
I got 1, 2, 3. Oh, well, I thought you were part of Bert's question. Well, okay, okay, yes, please. Yeah.
You actually addressed a bit of what my question is, all three of you have, and that's about how you recruit for what you do and how you do it. I find that you talked about going to the schools, and that's all fine and good. But what about the others that are out on what a path of I know where I'm going, I know what I want to do, but I've gone absolutely nowhere. I have a brother who was a painter and a bridge painter. He's retired at this point, one of the best painters I know. And I'm not saying it because I'm biased. I'm saying it because he's excellent. And I wish he was here so he could hear me talk about him like that. When I'm in his face, I talk differently. But anyway, if you can talk a little bit more about recruiting. I come from a platform whereby I'd love to be able to tell the folk where to go. I'm grateful, Dr. Bullock, that you talked about that you now do bachelors for those who want to from community college. You don't do. Oh, no, no, no. Then I'm glad I brought it up. I misunderstood. I'm looking forward to when you are able to do that for those that don't want to go to the
So recruitment.
I'll start. For the outreach, we go to a variety of locations. We're active across the community. Let's just take Homewood. We have our Homewood Brushton Center, and our centers are used as points of access to be exposed, to take foundational courses, and to build one's self-confidence toward whichever path they like to go. It can also be a point for doing non-credit training, such as commercial driver license training, certified nurse aid, phlebotomy. Those are entry-level positions that allows a person to get a credential and get a job. When you speak about being able to do a bachelor's degree, we have one partnership where one can continue to stay at CCAC and work towards the bachelor's. And that's our partnership with Indiana University of Pennsylvania. It's at our boys campus where individuals take the first 2 years with CCAC, earn their bachelor's in business, and can continue taking classes by IUP faculty at that location towards their bachelor's degree in business administration and accounting. But we are not the ones awarding the bachelor's. It's a partnership where they come to our campus to complete the course requirements without leaving Pittsburgh.
Recruitment, you want to add something to that?
Mine is easy because I have a platform to be able to do it now. And being a trade unionist and having connections with them, I'll have job fairs in the city of Washington. Everyone's invited. Don't come and tell me that you can't. The last job fair we had everyone from iron workers to people that worked at McDonald's. What do you want to do? We will. Well, I can't buy the right ticket, so I got to try to do it another way. But yeah, so that's the biggest way I feel that with the platform that I have is bringing people in to have the jobs for the people in the community to get. In Washington, we just had a big merger with UPMC and the Washington Hospital. That's going to bring a whole lot of trade union jobs down to that area because there's a $30 million investment into the hospital system. So that's money that can be made by our residents if we bring those trade unions in and have job fairs and say use our people to make sure that we get those jobs taken care of.
Yeah, same. Career fairs are what we do use a lot. We do what they call geofencing. We go into areas and we just blast the geofencing out. It's like a social media deal. Like if you're on your phone, you might get this random, but some people look at it as like it's a bad, yeah, spam. So we try to go away from that. But as far as getting into everyone's community and knowing about the union, it's hard, and that we need to do better at our marketing. But that is something that we do need.
Okay. My name's Elizabeth Harris. I'm a past structural engineer. I used to do divide and revamp steel mills. I want to know of any of you gentlemen, what do you see as going to happen with Nippon Steel and U.S. Steel merges or has a buyout? And what will happen to our people, even though they're saying that the unions will still strong? It might for a little while, but I think in the future, they're probably going to drop off. I just want to know, what is your opinion about U.S. Steel and Nippon Steel?
So I guess, Mr. Burgess, that would be a question for you. And you can handle that as delicately as you need to.
I'll continue to say what I've always said from the beginning, even though I'm not in that pay grade that gets to negotiate what's going on. I have talked to people that are. I've even talked to the people that do the marketing for Nippon Steel. The problem right now is some guarantees for the Mon Valley. When Nippon bought U.S. Steel, they bought the electric arc furnaces and the non-union facilities that are down south. We in the Mon Valley are basically the little stepkids that got to go with it. And right now, what we're looking for is assurances. Yeah, the headquarters of U.S. Steel will stay in Pittsburgh. That's not enough. We need those 3,500 mill working jobs of people that are providing for their families to stay in the area also. I know they want the mills down in the south because they do the recycled steel. But I mean, I'm kind of like weird in my head and thinking, you don't get recycled steel until you have old steel to recycle. So we still have value here. We do understand that some change is needed and going to come in the process because, of course, we burn the coke. There's hydrogen bubbles that do stuff like that now. There's technology that's going to change and mess with that, but we want to make sure that the jobs are secure. And that is why the steel workers are fighting so hard against the steel, not to mention the national security that we have with this. We're talking about a country that is trying to buy one of the biggest U.S. steel manufacturers in this country that used to be an enemy of the state, that actually drug us into World War II. And we're going to give them access to our military steel and determining the allocation of where stuff goes. So what happens whenever we have something where we need to have that allocation be a certain way versus, well, we're going to make some cars or do something else if they have that control over it. So we'll continue to watch and monitor what negotiations happen downtown in Pittsburgh with the people that's way above my pay grade and hope that it works out for the workers. I'm just a little bit concerned and knowing, like I said, they didn't want us in the first place. So what happens once it's all said and done?
Our next question is from this young lady.
Hello. I want to thank Luther and Roxanne for putting this on. And this was always wonderful to join together with you all. I'm Reverend Warren Crossbold, and I have a real quick question. You said you take high school diplomas or equivalency and all that. That's a beginning to me. What's your ending age for somebody to get work? Because I know a lot of middle-aged people and some who need jobs. I'm an ordained minister, and I wanted to make an announcement. If they can
So she wants to know, did you guys hear that all the way through? She wants to know what the age limits are.
Well, no, long as you're over 18, we are an equal opportunity employer. Most of the time, around when you're 65 years old, we hope that you have enough credits to retire. That's our goal. If you don't retire at 65, you keep.
There's no mandatory retirement then?
No. There's no mandatory retirement. No, ma'am. No. Like I said, the requirements, if you have a driver's license and a valid, and I know if you're older, trust me, we just hired a guy, I don't want to call out ages here, but if you're 50 plus years old and you want to make money and you have skills and you can do it, you could test in to become a journeyman. So the way we start off, an apprentice coming out of high school in our business in their pocket will make $23 an hour. That's what they start at. Their total package is $44 an hour. That's a child or an adult that has no skills. In 4 years, they will make $67.01 in their check, and they will make $68.98 at total package. So that's their 4 years of schooling and them understanding that they got to go to work every day and grind and do it. We do not discriminate. They want to work, I will accept them in a heartbeat, just to let you know.
That's good to know. Any other questions? Oh, women.
I would
How
also,
do women, oh, I'm sorry.
I would also say that everyone is welcome for education at any time to access. Our average age is 26, but we retrain, upskill within an industry. So everyone is always welcome and seen as an equal applicant.
Excellent.
I heard her question, and I'm going to take your question and I'm going to make it about me a little bit. I'm going to tell you why. I'm a steel worker. I'm a second generation steel worker. Back in 1975, my mother was the first black woman hired in a heavy highway division of the United Steelworkers working road construction
Excellent.
in Washington, Pennsylvania. She worked for a company called Blacktop Paving. That took us from living in the projects to moving into our own house. So I know about the American dream in a way that's wrote by a single black mother, working hard, going out and working with men, getting spit on and treated nasty, and making it so that her kids can be where I'm sitting at today. And I will say that a union contract is the best civil rights tool that you have, whether it be for color, gender, age, whatever it may be, because it don't look at your color, your sex, or your age. It looks as if you can come and work, you can be productive for us, you will be here and you will work. So that is what I say about women working in industries that we're in.
Excellent. Yeah, that's, when you think about that, that's a good question because women are facing a lot of issues right now. And, going forward in the next few months, we're going to see where we end up and how far we got to dig ourselves out if that becomes the case. So that's very interesting. Are we time? We are time. So thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate you as always. We have our last and final panel coming up. And we can get that going and try to get back on how's our time? We're doing a little bit better? Are we doing a little bit better? Yeah. So our final panel is on housing. We want to welcome Randall Taylor, Development Coordinator, the Hill District Consensus Group, doing work on housing here in our fine city. And the lovely, delightful Dr. Beverly Moore, Deputy Director of Allegheny County Housing Authority. And they are also one of our sponsors. So let's thank them publicly for helping us to do our work. So I'm not sure, I did have a couple of things here in my mind on what my questions are. So we can get started with those and see what other questions we have, okay? So this is an interesting topic to me because we hear throughout the country, not just in our area. I'd like to know what it is in our area, but throughout the country, we hear that there's not enough housing. And that's become a topic of one of the candidates running, uh, developing more housing for people. And would that be considered affordable housing? Or, because affordable housing means different things to different people, right? But let's think about where we're at in housing in our region, in Allegheny County, maybe even up into our sister counties that are here visiting us today. What's the housing situation look like here? Do we have those corporations coming in and, price gouging housing and rental properties?
Hello, everybody. I don't know whether I'm the expert to talk about what is happening to housing throughout our area. I can talk a little more about Allegheny County in terms of the housing authority and what the housing authority is doing. Yes, we do have a crisis. And with this crisis, it is coming from a lot further than just those who are here in our area. And that is something that has helped the Allegheny County Housing Authority to take a different approach to what affordable housing is and how that should look and how that we can increase that. If you know our housing authorities in the area, you will understand that there are a number of vacant units. Well, there was anyway. And yet the Pittsburgh Housing Authority and the Allegheny County Housing Authority, and I'll even add the McKeesport Housing Authority, we're all in Allegheny County, are looking at ways to show what affordable housing actually is. That's a word that's used in many venues, but it means different things. And I'll give you an example. We have I don't know how many of you know about the area of Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville used to be a housing area where you had a lot of maybe large families living in single homes that are all connected. They're like row houses, and some of them, others are apartment buildings. When you talk about affordable housing and you look at what's going on in Lawrenceville at this point, it's still considered affordable housing, but you will pay for a one bedroom $1,300 to $1,600 a month. You better work for companies that really give you large paychecks in order to afford that type of affordable housing. You look over there in East Liberty at this point, and you'll see that there are houses and housing that has been erected that's considered affordable housing. I can use the same scenario I just talked about for Lawrenceville. You remember maybe a lot of you remember what the people who lived in East Liberty went through, that they had to make room for the housing that exists there right now. Yes. And what we are looking at right now is that that's in our city. I'm not even talking about in Allegheny County, which we do is beyond, is on the outside of the perimeters of Pittsburgh with the rest of the housing. And so the same thing is happening there, but not on that grand scale. The Housing Authority has taken on Sarah Amarato, I always jack up her last name. If I just say Sarah, our new counsel, our new executive counsel, you'll know who I'm talking about, okay? But she came up with a 500 and 500 for the homeless. Do you remember that? Do you know that that's what is her challenge to all of us? The Allegheny County Housing Authority has accepted that challenge in that we have now a process where we are purchasing other buildings that can add to our inventory that are kind of like on the other side of the HUD regulations, that we are able to provide for our folk housing that is truly affordable housing. We're even using our Section 8 vouchers to be able to bring in folk who would not have the opportunity. We have waiting lists up the wazoo. We would not be able to bring them in to affordable housing, good affordable housing. I'm not talking about that this is where I still don't want to live over there. Oh no. These are beautiful homes. We also are actually adding a facet to home ownership, that you're able to purchase a home for those that never thought they'd be able to be owners of the homes. They are affordable homes, affordable housing because of the programs that we've put in place in Allegheny County Housing Authority. So do we have, there was one of these questions, is that does Pittsburgh have a problem with available housing? Does Allegheny County? Yes. The short answer is yes. We are trying our best to actually take that challenge and work it to where it's going to help more folk than it has helped in the past. I'm going to pass the mic to him so that he can answer this as well.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. My name is Randall Taylor, and I always want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Sewell for inviting me to talk about this very important issue of housing. For people who don't know me, I started, I was on a member of the board of Pittsburgh Board of Education for 12 years. I thought education was everything. And then I became part of a mass displacement of Penn Plaza in East Liberty that displaced me and hundreds of my neighbors. And I began a journey of how this could happen, but what could be the solutions. And one of the things we should understand that the issue of housing, and I'm concentrating on affordable housing. Yes, there is a shortage of people housing for people to purchase, and now we've got these big companies coming in and purchasing up those commercials we see on TV. Those are big companies that are purchasing up single-family homes, not for sale, but for renting, because that's what they like, is to have poor people renting. And so, once upon a time in this country, people used to build cars and build TVs and build things in this country, and these people don't want to build nothing. They don't want to invent anything anymore, but they still want their money. So they figure out ways to take money out of your pockets. Like your credit card used to be 5%, now it's 27%. They don't want to build anything. And one thing they figured out was something that people need, which is housing. And they decided to get in that business. And so one of the things, again, that I said, when there's a human problem, I believe there's human solutions. And there are solutions right in this city, how we're going to solve this affordable housing crisis. And the lack of housing and security in your housing has many effects. As people talked about mental health earlier, if I can't pay the rent, I might think about stealing something. I don't know about you, but I ain't laying in the streets if I don't have to. And we talk about these school closings. Why do you think these schools are closing? It's because so many people, particularly low-income Black people with children, have been displaced out of this city due to the policies of your city government. And one of the big problems we have is our housing authority of City of Pittsburgh, who is engaged in the mass destruction of public housing units far and above have they done in other cities over this 30-year process. People like Philadelphia destroyed 24% of its public housing stock. Other cities around that number, Pittsburgh was at 65% of its public housing it destroyed. And the biggest one that we need to talk about is St. Clair Village. And I don't know if anybody is familiar with that, who rode past there, but there were 900 public housing units there. They were destroyed, and you know what they left there? Come on, y'all. It's a vacant lot. It's a vacant lot. So why would you tear down 900 units to leave nothing? So that tells you again, that was designed to get certain people out of Arlington Heights, parts of course, the whole Hill District. So what I want to talk about, quickly in this time about the solutions that are on the table, and how I think Pittsburgh will solve its affordable housing crisis in this city. And that can only be solved by building thousands of new housing, affordable housing units. Not a dozen here and there. I'm talking about thousands. And where does that money come to build thousands? What if I told you the money was already here? So first step, but now, and I'll talk about the second one. The first step is we got to get back into the into the public housing business. And I'll go there and call it the projects. But when we think about projects, we think of good times. We don't think about what public housing was for decades. When public housing started, you had to have a job to live in housing, public housing. So the rents that were paid covered the maintenance of it. But when people began to even creep into housing, even in the 1940s, there were people saying, "Quit building public housing. That's communism to build housing for your people." And so they began to even creep in there and say, "We want those working people renting from us, not you." And so they began to put higher ones, and then suddenly there weren't the rents to maintain the units as it used to be, and the government wasn't putting in. So what's going to happen? Those units are going to fall into disrepair. So there's a program right now. It's called Fair Cloth, the Rental Assistance Demonstration, where it's some kind of way, and I'm not the biggest expert on those, where Section 8 vouchers, which in this city can't be used because they face discrimination to use a Section 8 voucher. But those vouchers can be converted into real construction of housing. And that's right here in this city. This city can build, and again, one of the highest, you see the list, if you look on there, you'll see the list. We have one of the highest ones. Let me say quickly how this works. In 1998, Bill Clinton signed a law that said the government could not build any more public housing in this country. Remember Franklin Roosevelt and Eleanor started public housing. They said, Bill Clinton signed, you cannot build public housing ever again in this country. And that passed. But we are allowed to replace what the Housing Authority City of Pittsburgh destroyed. And so that's up to 6,000 new public housing units. Again, we should rebuild St. Clair Village, but public housing doesn't have to be like it used to be. The city can purchase a home here, repair a home here, rehab a home here, and still it be public housing, which is going to be affordable because public housing isn't trying to make a profit. That's something you can do today is contact our mayor and our housing authority and say, get back into the business of housing our people. And the second one, and I'll do this as quickly as possible because Mr. Sewell heard me talk about tenant-owned housing cooperatives. We have the oldest, come on, somebody give it, no, we have the oldest tenant-owned housing cooperative, African-American owned tenant housing cooperative in the country, maybe the world, exists right in this city, and it's called Belmar Gardens at the top of Homewood. It's 118 units that are owned collectively by everybody. In 1952, 118 families went to the bank together. They got a loan, and they all paid off that loan together. They own all the homes together. If the roof goes out, not one person is responsible for a brand new expensive roof. Everybody pitches in and pay it. They paid off their mortgage in 1992. Right now, those people pay $243 a month for 2 and 3 bedroom townhouses, which mean they're living for free. So that is something that we should get into, that we should start a company, and we should call that company Steel City Cooperative Housing Association. I'm sorry, we did start a company called Steel City Cooperative Housing Association. We had our first board meeting last month. We have a good amount of people. We've got some support from some foundation to help us get off the ground and help us purchase our first property. Hopefully it'll be a nice big apartment house. Hopefully it'll have 20 apartments in it, and we're going to sell those apartments to 20 families, and they're going to own that building together, and one day they're going to pay it off, and then they will own that building together, and nobody can tell them, nobody can raise their rent, nobody can displace them, and nobody's going to economically exploit our poor and working families ever again.
Excellent. We have our first question.
So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Black Rock or State Street or Vanguard, but Black Rock's bought so many land and properties throughout the country and throughout the world. It's a double-edged sword. What you were talking about is great that we could build thousands of homes for affordable, but where is the money? You asked that question. I got to ask that question. Where's the money coming from, and what's the strings attached to building these thousands of homes if it's corporations such as BlackRock, Vanguard, or State Street?
Randall?
Again, BlackRock, yeah, right? There are companies, and that's a very long story about why those companies. Sometimes they're hiding drug money, sometimes they're laundering money. It's sometimes they buy apartments and don't even rent them because they just want them to sit there. So Rico, what I said, where the money comes from, already we have Section 8 vouchers that come into this city. Those vouchers are sometimes $1,200 a month of real money. So if you're a landlord and you accept that voucher, that's $1,200 of real money. So the money's already here. So we're taking those vouchers, or sometimes tens of thousands of vouchers, and we're converting them now into construction and housing. So that money is already there. And then secondly, there are all kind of tax programs. They're called low-income tax credit that these big companies like McCormick Barron and Trek Development and Mercedes, and they get into the affordable housing. So the money's already there. And when we go that route with them, you got banks that are involved, and everybody's taking a piece of that house, sometimes up to 25%. We want to take that 25% and put it in the housing. So our Steel City Cooperative Housing Association intends in the future to actually compete with those big companies like Trek Development and McCormick Barron, who get into the affordable housing business. But you know what? It ain't very affordable.
Let me just say too that the Allegheny County Housing Authority is not one that Randy can talk about like he does the City Housing Authority. Not at all. Total opposite. Total opposite. When we talk about Section 8 vouchers, let me tell you what we do. Number one, our Section 8 vouchers don't go toward a lot of our choice neighborhoods, tax credits and all. It doesn't go toward those kind of things like that. Here's how we use it. We have a program called the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, and that FSS for short. That program, when we bring residents in there, and look, folks, we have to help them understand what the FSS program is. People listen, but they don't, no, let me say it this way. People hear, but they don't listen. We've had this program for a number of years. Do you know that when people are in this program, they can have a goal of home ownership, and they have what we call an escrow account, that when they come into the program, their rent, whatever their income is, stays that amount as long as they are in the FSS program. And they can be in that program 5 years, and we can add 2 additional years if they're still working toward that heavy duty goal. What that means is this, that we use and have started using it more now for those who want to purchase a home. That voucher goes toward the mortgage of their home for 15 years. And it helps others, residents, to be able to get into home ownership, the home they choose to buy. Not that the housing authority has homes that they would have to buy. But guess what? We do have wonderful and beautiful homes throughout Allegheny County. There's some in Mount Lebanon. Folks don't really realize that. They are Allegheny County. They're everywhere. We have started a new focus on that so that we can get even those in public housing, because you know in public housing, you don't have a voucher. You only have a voucher in the Section 8 program. So we've looked at that and said, HUD, take another look at that, because we have people in public housing who also want to go to be homeowners. And so what we're doing now is we have homes. This housing authority has 100 homes. Don't know if you all remember the consent decree that came out against the Allegheny County Housing Authority. Well, those homes we kept in good shape, and we're ready to sell those homes to folk who live in them if they want to buy it. Why? Because we made those homes Section 8 homes so that the folk can have a voucher, and they can use that voucher to purchase the home they're in. If they don't want to, we're opening up to public housing. If you're interested in that home, that you can actually go into their rent to own, and most housing authorities don't do it that way. We are doing it that way. There's nothing stopping us. We just needed to move forward with it. And so that's what we're doing. So the ones in public housing,
will move into one of those homes that they choose. And then we will convert whatever it is we need to convert to give them a Section 8 status and a voucher. Then they can purchase the home that they've moved in rent to own. What will the housing authority do when all those hundreds are done? Every home that we sell or that we actually put a person in, whatever we get then goes for us to purchase another home so that we can have more home ownership. Now, the city housing authority is not doing it like that, Randy, but maybe they'll catch on to that. But this is what affordable housing looks like to the Allegheny County Housing Authority. And I could talk about that for the next week. And you would still be learning as to how we're actually challenging the system so that we can make affordable housing what we need it to be for our folk in Allegheny County. Do we have some folk from Pittsburgh coming over? No. What we have is that the Allegheny County Housing Authority is getting calls from the city
Excellent.
that, yes, that we have a building in the north side that we are converting for affordable housing. And I brought my little paper here so that I could show you or tell you more of how this housing authority is doing things that are outside the box. And now that I want to see you, this print is too small. It is much too small. Weston Manor is in the Hill District under Allegheny County Housing Authority now. Brighton Road Apartments, if you know where that is. It's not, I mean, it's in Allegheny County, but it's in the city, okay? We've gotten that one because they called and said, would you? And we said, why not? Okay, and so the other is, it's extremely important. Yeah, let me just give you at least two more. East Pittsburgh Mall Apartments, East Pittsburgh Mall Apartments is one of those that we have. Ruth House that's in Wilkinsburg is another one. All of these, and wait, HUD is the one who's calling us and
Excellent.
saying,
Excellent.
would
Excellent.
you actually consider pulling these, not just to manage, we need you to actually own some of them. So that's what the ACHA is doing for us with affordable housing. I'm going to give this back to Randy. He said he's got some good words to tell us.
Okay, so I just wanted to say, because there is a distinction between Allegheny County housing and the city of Pittsburgh housing. I have a question, so Randy, you want to?
I would just say quickly why that's so extremely, again, everybody needs to have a home. Housing is a human right.
Excellent.
And so the only way that we're the public in public housing, we can guarantee our people are housed. So when opportunities arise to purchase large amounts of property, it can even go to a private person who's going to continue to exploit, or it can go to us. So recently, everybody remembers our dear late friend Milt Washington, his company, Arco Housing. They had 1,200 units that went on the market. Our Pittsburgh Housing Authority made no move, unfortunately, our Allegheny, but at least our Allegheny is moving in the right direction. But I got it. Yeah, she said they're in the city, so they can't do that. But our Pittsburgh Housing Authority made no move to purchase those properties. They were purchased, and you've seen some of those stories out of Homewood House, where some of the seniors complain about conditions that you've seen on the news, because that's a new company that bought that. And right now, Second East Hills, if people are familiar with that area, also is up for sale. That is most likely going to be bought by some private. And none of these people turn out to be good actors. None of them turn out to be good tenants or good landlords.
I have a question. Alon, can I just give me 1 second here? Because I've been trying to figure out what happened to our senior buildings. Is that what's happening to the senior buildings?
Roxanne, that's just part of the destruction of public housing.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
there was no reason to tear down those high. They said, well, they can't get down in case there's an medical emergency.
Well, no, I mean,
fix the
even
elevators, make
the
them go
people
fast.
that I talk to that live in these senior houses that talk about all the crack addicts and stuff that are in them now, that are not just for seniors anymore. Is that part of the whole housing
Roxanne,
issue?
If you have a
yes or no?
disability,
Okay.
If you have a disability, no matter how old you are, you can move into a senior citizen housing.
Okay.
So if you're, well, that's what they say.
No, you can't. I'm here to tell you that you cannot. 62 and over are in those high rises, and those high rises are in Allegheny County, or
Now, I'm
still
talking about,
standing
well,
tall?
the ones I know of that I've heard this from personal are in the city.
Okay.
So they may not be
They're not, and because
yes.
that's not our story there.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Live among seniors. And they live among seniors, and sometimes some of their people, yes.
Oh,
It's
okay,
a real problem.
It
It's a real
is. It is a real problem. This gentleman's been waiting very patiently.
Hold on, hold it for you. Thank you. My name is Jack Reynolds. I'm a builder. I've been one for 55 years. In the city of Pittsburgh, I've hired nothing but black people with pride. I trade electrical, plumbing, heating and air. I've created 22 different small spin-off companies. I was born and raised in Bethel Park as a little black Indian, you might say. And I've lived around Upper St. Clair, Bethel Park Senior High. All my daughters, all six, graduated from Bethel Park. They're all big shots in FedEx and any other environment you can name, because Bethel Park has a good school district. However, the houses in Bethel Park have gone up 300%. My home was bought from my dad at $1,900 with 30 years to pay. Now, the house that I was born and raised in, they want $93,000. It's dilapidated, it's abandoned. It's because it's not even livable. It's because whoever the names are, those who know what's best for black people or non-whites or Indians like myself or black Indians like myself, they have inflated the cost so much that no one can afford housing. I have 22 units up on Park Hill Drive. You know what they sold for? $46,000. You know what I bought them for? $12,000 less than 10 years ago. You could see that they've doubled the cost of housing everywhere where they want you to spend that higher cost for lesser value, and they're still condemning houses on Park Hill Drive. They're buying them out from East Liberty, no names. They're buying them every day. They're buying them for $32,000.
So these are some of the you wanted to share that because these are some of the corporate people that we were discussing, the corporate entities, what you named a few that, so this is a problem, this is an ongoing problem.
One of the ways that we're fighting back with that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You bring a good point, and one of the ways that we're fighting back is what I've described that this housing authority is doing, going out there in those like Bethel Park is one of the areas that we are focusing on, that we are purchasing homes so that we can, you got to fix them up. You just described what some of the homes look like. Just because it's in Bethel Park in an excellent school district doesn't mean that it's the perfect place. But we're purchasing some of those so that our folk can purchase them.
Okay, okay. Thank you, dear. So we are technically out of time for this panel. I know I have one other question here. So, Ms. Calvin, I know you had your hand up, but you had a question earlier, so let me ask Gay to give us her question.
Speaking of affordable housing, seniors such as myself, I was wondering, I don't know if you know anything coming down the pipeline regarding housing repair. Last year, Allegheny County offered a home loan repair program. It was a $50,000 grant, and for seniors to make repairs on their homes. Have any of you heard anything more like that opening up?
Yeah, there are, Habitat is one of the organizations that has a program that will help to come and make repairs. They don't do just building homes from the ground up and then remodeling and then some. They have a program that when you, Yeah, Allegheny County does have that. Yes.
Like I said, they did it last year, whole homes repair, and I forget the amount gave, but it was just so little that there's just no way it can make the kind of impact.
Well,
It got a lot of
50,000 would,
advertising.
50,
No, I think maybe the senator can remember. Jay, how much was the whole homes repair? Wasn't it for the whole state? Yeah, and that translated to, and that's good on that, but I think that translated to maybe 3 houses on the Hill District got it, and so it's just, I thought it was a great idea, but it just simply wasn't enough money. So the people who got help, that was great, but 125 million across the whole state of Pennsylvania,
that's not a lot of money.
but I haven't heard about that being replicated again.
Okay, we have one more question. We're out of time. We have one more question.
Okay. I used to work for Allegheny County Housing Authority, and I was a manager. And then when I wanted to try to buy a house, I didn't know about this program. I don't know if they still have it. I bought the house and I paid so much money per month, and they paid the other. And as I made more money, that was less I got until I paid the house off. I didn't know about this, but I found out about it. I'm wondering if they still have that.
They don't still have that. The program that I talked about with FSS is something that helps with that, especially with the voucher that helps to pay the mortgage for 15 years. But no, that's an excellent program. I'm sorry they don't still have that.
Yeah. I mean, Action Housing does it. So there's, I mean, maybe you can get lucky in their programs. I know the city offers some funding to help repair, homes through their housing opportunity fund. Action Housing, who handled a lot of the whole homes repair, maybe they have some other things. So you just have to do your research and just hope you get lucky. But there's a lot of people who need, repairs on their homes who simply can't afford it.
Especially seniors, yeah.
Especially seniors.
So let's thank these kind people for their time. I mean, you think about it, we've been here a long time today, and you guys stuck around to the end. We appreciate it. So we're going to move right into, we are in election season. Oh, before I forget, and I've been forgetting all day. Yeah, the signs. Do you guys see the vote signs around the room? That is courtesy of Miss Elaine Fulton Harris. Yes, get out the vote. What is it called? What's your organization? Yes. Yes. Yes, they're excellent. They're beautiful. So feel free to take some with you so that you can share the voting message. We are in the voting season. Now, I just want you all to know, we invited, I can't even remember how many candidates to come and speak to you guys. The point in Tmag is the connectionality. I'm making words up again. I was making them up earlier. The connectionality, what we share with each other. Boots on the ground. Your organizations are boots on the ground. We have Philadelphia, we got Chester, we have Aliquippa, we have Mon Valley, many people from the Mon Valley, Reading. We have one solid candidate, politician extraordinaire. Now, I know that's not a made up word. So, I want you all to give a warm welcome to our Senator, Mr. Jay Consta.
Thank you, Roxanne, very much. Yep, thanks, Rick. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. And I'm excited, and I am going to eye up a couple of those signs, if you don't mind. I'm going to put in my front yard. I've got 6 signs there now, and I can use a much more creative one, so thank you. Because that's what really is happening right now we need to be focused on. But before I go any further, I really want to stop and say thank you to Roxanne and Luther. This is one of our last programs together, and I'm disappointed to hear that. So many years together, we've been working to make sure that we've had these conversations, not just here in Pittsburgh, but in Harrisburg and other parts of the Commonwealth, where we brought folks together, high-ranking members of the different governors' administrations to talk about some of the important issues, and folks here in our local community. So thank the both of you for bringing able to, what's the word, connectivity? I like the word, because that's exactly what you guys did, and all of you here, that's exactly what has happened over the course of years, where we've been able to meet and talk and connect with local officials and administrators and different government levels of government. So thank you for the chance, for what you've done for all of us, and we appreciate it very much. So thank you, Roxanne and Luther. Yep. How about a round of applause for them? Now, Luther did tell me he's still going to be around a little bit, so I got to work on Roxanne, make sure she's going to be around a little bit too. So, but in any event, thank you. I appreciate the chance to say a few words and come by, and I do want to come by and talk a little bit about some of the things that are going on. I am a candidate for this year. I'm blessed, however. I have no one running against me, so I'm fortunate in that regard, but I wanted to make sure I stopped and said hello to everybody and chatted with all of you and talked about the importance of this election. And I know we've heard, how many times have we heard this is the most important election that we've been in? But this is the real one. This is really the most important one. When you stop and think about what the choice is, think about what's in the past, what we've dealt with over those course of the years. Listen, I can go on and on about all the bad things that this guy has done and will do if we go forward. But I want to talk a little bit about what's in front of us, moving forward, looking forward to make certain that we have somebody in the office of the president that's going to be thinking about our freedoms and protecting our freedoms and working for folks and standing up for folks. We know Vice President Harris' record. When she was a district attorney, when she was attorney general, she was fighting for everyone across the board. And when she was our U.S. Senator and our Vice President, she's been doing what needs to be done in terms of fighting for folks and the things that are important to the people, everyday people. And when she talks about being for everyone, she is. I had the chance to be at the convention, and I can tell you the enthusiasm that started on Monday night, it grew Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. It was through the roof. And then we come back home, we maintained that a little bit, and then we had the debate where she clearly outshined the former president. It wasn't even a close match, but at the end of the day, she was able to get her message out. But you know what disturbed me? There are people who were saying she still wasn't saying enough. They didn't know enough. So what does she do? She puts out an economic development plan, and where does she come to talk about it? All over the country, she came to Pittsburgh to talk about that plan and how important it is and what it means to us, certainly here in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County, but what it also means to people across the country, how we're going to grow jobs, how we're going to give people opportunities, how we're going to invest in people, how we're going to make certain the issue of housing that came up, what she's going to do with housing, what she's going to do to grow jobs, what she's going to do with respect to being able to provide health care to folks. Those are some issues that people want to talk about. And then finally, what she's going to do to make certain that people can stay in their homes and be able to afford the ability to live there on their groceries and the other utilities that they have to pay. That, to me, is a solid plan, and that's what we have to move forward now. Now, I'm going to say something that may disturb some folks here, because that enthusiasm is starting to wane. And I'm going to tell you, we need to really ramp it up again. I was at, earlier this morning, we did a canvas launch where people went out door knocking for Congressman Chris DeLuzio. And I will tell you, we had some conversations about some polling data. His district is in Beaver County. I'm not sure if anyone's from Beaver, but Beaver and then also in Western Allegheny County. And I'm concerned about Beaver because the vice president's not doing that well. But then as you come into Allegheny County, the margins are shrinking a little bit more. So we have our work to do. We have the work cut out for us. What's essential is that we get folks out to vote. And we got to make certain that all of you do what needs to be done. To Roxanne's earlier point, I'm disappointed some of my colleagues didn't join us here to be able to speak with you and talk with you about how important it is that we work together. But you all are the ones that get the work done. You get the job done. In your community groups, in your neighborhoods, from the pulpit, wherever you might be, you're getting the job done. You're communicating to voters how important this election is on issues that we talk about. So I can't tell you enough how important it is we need to ramp up our efforts. And I just want to come by and say thank you for what you've already done. but more importantly, thank you in advance for what you're going to be doing in the coming weeks, because it is imperative. These signs, we need to get them out all in the neighborhoods so people know that this is an important election, and how important it is that people vote. Exercise that right to vote. You know, we all saw when, after the debate, Taylor Swift came on and said that she was endorsing Kamala Harris, and then she gave that website. And she said, people, go to the website, go vote. And look at the candidates and vote. Since then, over 500,000 people have done that. And that's great. That's great, 500,000 people have voted. But now it's our job. It's our collective job to reach those 500,000 young people to say to them, here's why it's important that you vote, and you vote for Kamala Harris, and you vote for Governor Walz. That's what's important here. So we have our work to do to cut out, we have a work cut out for us to be able to reach folks, to tell them how they should be voting, and the reasons why it's important to young folks. Young folks across the board. It's so essentially important for us to be able to reach that. So I'm excited about it. I'm sorry, Rick, I was going on too long. Oh, I apologize. I better stop that then. I'll apologize for that. Any event, voting is the key. We'll take these signs home. We're going to put them in our yards. We're going to keep talking about it. So I need to be careful next time. I apologize, Rox. I'm glad it's the last one anyhow, so that to worry about in the future. But any event, I think at the end of the day, you all know what's important, how important this election is, and we need to vote. Democracy is definitely on a ballot, no question about it. Listen, you've got a party, and again, I got to be careful, I guess, what I can say, but democracy is on the ballot. Women's reproductive rights are on the ballot. Your freedom to be able to, if you want to be part of a labor union, is on the ballot. Who you love is going to be on the ballot. All those things are on the ballot this year, and I think we need to encourage folks to be able to get out and vote, to be able to recognize that's what's on the ballot. So thank you for your time today. Thank you for being part of today's program. And again, Roxanne and Luther, I know it's been a great run with all of you, and I appreciate you always inviting me and allowing me to say a few words. And I'm truly appreciative, and I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, the great work the two of you have done. You've really made a difference in our community, and you did the connectivity, as you said, which I think has been important. Thanks, you all, very much. I get any, want me to ask any questions? So medical marijuana, we have it right now. We're still, recreational is not going to happen anytime soon. I'll tell you how it happens. I mean, I know there's folks on both sides of this issue, but we still got to work out medical marijuana, in my mind. We have still issues here, particularly with employment, people working and driving their cards. You may have seen something recently. The city of Pittsburgh, I think, was going through something, the city council recently. So we have some things we still have to work out there. I think maybe next session we may consider it more seriously, but I just don't know. Well, there's a number of colleagues, my colleagues, who just aren't ready for it. I get it. I'm just saying to you, I don't know. Just because everybody else doesn't mean we got to do it. That's my view. Yeah. I just think we got to be more thoughtful about it. That's a significant step. And we can't be chasing the dollars. And that's what people are saying. We can't chase dollars. That's what's important to me. And those are my thoughts. Yeah. Thank you all very, very much. I again appreciate the chance to be here.
everybody. Okay, thank you. Thank everybody for coming. And I like to say this is our last one, but we enjoyed doing it, and we hope that you all will continue the fight. Thank you.
Just want to say, what did we say earlier? We're not going back. We're not going back. That's right. When we fight, we win. That's right. God bless you all. Thank you all again for coming.